Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my decatation was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories.
What up, everybody? What up? I see you out there. Shark Tank.
Hosted by one of the game's
Don't
most
know what
respected
time it
kennels,
is. Don't forget to hit
with
that
over 40
like
years in
button.
the hunt.
Big shout out to my
Going
man,
hard
Mr.
kennels
William
Twin
Torres in the
dogs
house.
like Champion the
What
Debrat,
up, fam?
the very first
Big shout
champion
out to
off Grand
Talk of the
Champion
City
May Day,
Kennels in the
the
house.
Dog of
What
the
up,
Year,
fam?
Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my decatation was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my decatation was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
What up, everybody? What up? What up? Y'all know what time it is. It's that Hot Mic Friday. Appreciate everybody for showing up. Appreciate everybody for showing up. Big shout out to the Shark Tank. Y'all don't forget to hit them like buttons. Big shout out to all my people on the back street. Y'all know what time it is. Roll them up. Get that drink together. Sit back, relax. Get ready to enjoy the show. Let me get my shout outs out the way. Like I said, my man Mr. William Torres in the house. What up, fam? Talk of the city. Kennels representing. Melee new suspect. Kennels, I see you, fam. Kerr Hunter Kennels, I see you, fam. FO4K 1927, what up, fam? Franklin Royal Family, I see you, fam. What up, fam? My man, Mr. William McDill in the house. What up, fam? My man, Eli Monster. What up, fam? Hart and Phineas Kennels representing in the Shark Tank tonight. What up, fam? The one and only, the incomparable Mr. Vernon Starr in the house. What up, fam? Yo, 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 my man Styles Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Yo, yo, Don Don. What up, fam? Yo, Don Don. Appreciate you showing up, fam. Hey, y'all know if I need to hit up with us, man, hit the email. I think it's the Going Hard Reloaded at Going Hard Reloaded Kennels at gmail.com. I see some people in the comments, we've been kind of tied up, so couldn't really get to the comment. But hit us up in them emails, give us a little bit of more leverage and getting that communication started where we could at least get some type of communication where we can, get them backstreet calls. Because eyesight getting too bad to be sitting up there typing on the phone or I don't generally try to come into this office or sit in front of the computer, not too often anymore. But not like we won't. But phone calls is always better because, again, we don't have to worry about typing and seeing what we're typing and making all kind of dumbass mistakes. Conversations, so much better because there's only so much we're going to talk about anyway over the phone. So that's what makes it more comfortable to have and get what you want to find out that way. Now, today, I wanted to talk about something that we generally don't talk about or haven't talked about enough. Now, you notice these last couple shows, we've been going back into the past. I mean, way back into the past, because what we're trying to show you is things that was going on way back there, even long before us, were no different than the things that, I see the game going through now. I mean, okay, of course the laws changed, but still, all they did was add extra kick to their punch. But the dogman has changed. And it's the dogman who has changed to the point to what makes what I would consider the same things back then that they were complaining about and what the old were doing to the young guys coming up. And then once the young guys came up, they brought in a whole new different thing. And that just kept going over and over and progressing as this game grew. And that's not anything to be like, to be shocked over. Everything that goes on now, it's not really a big shock. The big shock to me is the ability to maintain, even based on all the shit that was going on back in the past and what history has shown us. History has gave us more like a blueprint, a storyline, of all the things that brought us up to the now. We can even go back, you don't have to go all the way back to talk about things, but you can go back far enough because 20 years from now, we can't still be talking about what was going on in 1958 or 1963 or 1970 or the 80s or the 90s or the 2000s because everything is going to progress. But the thing that I always felt like that was missing that I think we learned early in the game. I mean early is when we met James Edwards, Kimsey Wood, Atlas Brewer, and Sheriff Powell. There are 4 men that we had the pleasure of knowing, sitting down talking and just listening. 4 men. And each one of them men had professions. And you have to kind of be like, all right, so what? How we get our foot in the door. I think one of the reasons why we got our foot in the door just to get as far, not just because of the Sheriff Powell, what brought his attention, because the way we took care of our business, the way we were dealing with those Doman pinchers. Everybody knew about our Doman pinchers. Everybody knew we had well-trained Doman pinchers. Everybody wanted to have one of those Doman pinchers from the twins. So it was about the business and how we took care of people along the way. So it was kind of easy for us to be introduced to other people and how we handled ourselves based on creating a relationship with something we had no idea what we were doing. Never experienced a pit bull. But here we're talking about James Edwards, Dr. Kimsey Woods, Atlas Brewer. We know Atlas had Snooty died on Atlas Brewer's yard because that's where we seen his tombstone at. And Sheriff Powell. All them dog men held some type of position in history. You know what I mean? All 4 of them. And had great stories. but something they always had in common that they always seemed to preach. Because here we are, you got all them other guys that live in that area, grew up in that area, and they never got anywhere what I considered close, because we knew the area that we were coming out of as far as our tour in North Carolina. Remember, we were stationed at Camp Lejeune, but we hung out in Kinston, Jacksonville, all the surrounding areas. So for our name to travel around to where we wasn't actually just new to the area, but well known in the area, the men explained business when it came to dogs. They didn't tell us not too much about how to handle the dogs, but they taught us the art of dealing with bulldogs, the relationships that you had to have in order to be able to get anywhere with the dogs. And the funny thing about it was we actually got dogs from them to even get started. I mean, and not just bullshit ass dogs. We built a relationship and the trust that they gave us good dogs. Not knowing we didn't have no idea what we were going to do with them. But as long as they were around and we still conversating, they were still talking about dogs that we had no idea who they were. They even knew James Pope, the Buckeye man, and was talking about him. But we didn't really know James until we actually got to Ohio. But it was just funny how when I had that conversation about that part of our history, where things started for us, I don't want to leave out what actually got us there and what we did to make them men be willing to do the things that they did for us. Because true enough, I appreciate everything that they did. But when I look back on it now, it was even a bigger appreciation when I realized who they actually were. The thing is when you're dealing with people, I don't care what you're doing in this dog game. When you're dealing with people, you have to understand that this game here, it was always handled and done not just off of friendship, but off of business. It always was structured in a business like platform. Like the papers. Papers is almost like a title to a car, a registration, to a car. It's something that's very important. People, everybody's ready to kick that out the door, but then again, makes me go back, okay, think about that. How does that look? Imagine all these cars would go up and down the street and none of them had to have a license plate on them and none of them had to have a registration. So how the hell would you track what car goes to who? I mean, anybody can take a car and says they car and there's nothing. See, that part right there, if you think about it, that just doesn't make sense. But if you put yourself back into a business mind and handle this game as if it was that type of business, you would understand why things fell into play, why they fell into play and why they became so important to everything that was done as this game progressed. Because, we went way back to 1953 on our last show. And you read some of them stories. Some of them stories sounded just like the conversation that we have today. And I've done a show on that same type, and I think I started from 1968 and was bringing it up because as time came on, I can find stories that it never really ever changed the conversation. But the thing was, I never stopped and talked about the business part of this, the intricate things that made the majority of the game, first of all, work. And what actually, when your business was the way you handled your business was always going to be measured on your success. Now, I know Dr. Kimsey Wood was already a doctor. You know, I know Atlas Brewer, he became the mayor, I think, of Wilson, North Carolina. You know, James was always a prominent man, and up until he died, he was always in the dogs. But I remember, I think Eli Monster out there, he told me a story about when James Yard got hit, and we already told you about when Mighty B got stolen. So all of that might have happened around that same time. But it's just prior to them dogs being stolen. I remember a conversation that we had with them. You know, on one of them Saturdays, everybody over there rolling dogs, drinking beers, and one of the things that they was bringing up, they was talking about this pack that they had. You know, now it didn't click at the time about this pack they had. You know, everybody, wasn't supposed to be selling dogs. You know, everybody agreed to who to sell dogs to and the pricing of dogs. Like they had it pretty well figured out how they were doing business. I put it that way. Because I know all three of them did business together. But there were other people outside of that circle between them four that, remember we went and Mr. Triplet, Harry wasn't but right around the corner. There was a whole lot of other dog men that was in that area, but those men were at that point in time for us kind of knew everything and every intricate thing that was moving when it came to bulldogs in that area. And they always stressed the point there were certain people they just refused to do business with because they didn't like the way they did business. That was something I didn't understand back then. You know, what kind of business is it when you're dealing with bulldogs? Back then, you're having them type of conversations. You didn't, with our Doberman Pinschers, we didn't have to worry about nobody stealing Doberman Pinschers because Doberman Pinschers bite. These were trained dogs. We didn't have to worry about those types of situations. So it was kind of hard for us to understand, at that point, and I'm only talking to y'all as if, think about what I'm saying and our lack of knowledge based on what they were talking about. We can always go back there and remember those conversations and tie them into, as we got older into this game and progressed and got better based on those conversations. Now, those conversations were revolved around a group of men. All them group of men had professional careers, but all them group of men dealt business in a certain type of way, all the way down to the breeding, all the way down to the swapping out dogs. I know Dr. Kimsey Woods, he had Snooty, but Snooty died on Atlas Brewer's yard. And James, they all did business together. And then you already know about Cheryl Powell because, the Hetrick dogs and James, they were doing their own little thing in between all that. But the business thing and the relationship that them men had and the conversations that they had, people who didn't do business right in this game always led up to problems. Because as we got older, I understood what that meant when you start dealing with dogs. Remember, we had Bruiser was stolen. Never had to worry about bulldogs being stolen. But the minute we started, talking about, not just talking about it, but seeing what these dogs could do, they got stolen. Bruiser did. And Bruiser was one of the first ones that we went to bat with. So, but then that took us back to that conversation. Be careful who you do business with. Be careful who you let see what you have. See, back then we was just, we got a bulldog and everybody around at that time period, they probably wasn't dealing with James and them, but then here we are, the new, we're going to get out there and we're going to go bust some heads right quick. Because Bruiser was a badass dog. But when Bruiser came up missing, that was one of them things that kind of woke us up about, that just wasn't a place that we wanted to be bothered with. Because after Bruiser got stole, we did Blood BA, but then and Solo. So things got popular. But in the same token, they was being guarded by guard dogs now. So you didn't have access to them because now they're guard dogs on the yard. They're guard dogs that run around in a big open area, and the bulldogs are in cages now. So you got to go through a yard full of damn Doberman pinchers before you can get to the dogs. But that's just another part of taking care of your business. There was, we were slipping and we got. But our relationship with them always went back to some of the things that they were already telling us, but you didn't really pay attention to what happened to you. How do people know that they had the dogs? Because we were out there with the dogs. Prior to, if we had never been out there with the dogs, they would have just been normal dogs. See, to me, those are the things that we don't take in the we just don't give enough respect to the small things, the people that we deal with, the things that happen when you have something worthy of talking about. And this is what the dog game kind of brought us up on, because for me and Mo, as we got into Ohio and got better and started creating better dogs, we didn't just handle it like we were just a bunch of people who had dogs. We actually started handling the bulldogs the same way we handled the Doberman pinchers. It was a business. And that business considered certain people. And certain people was our kennel partner, me and Mo. And back then it was my man Ben Ben and my big brother Bo. Bo was Gibby and them's father. That group of men right there is what created Going Hard Kennels. Because we didn't handle it like a bunch of, we just had a bunch of dogs. Nope. Every breeding, every paper, every move, everything was actually talked about. Everything. And I see a lot of you guys, people feel like that individual situation, that's why I don't have friends, or I'm better off by myself. Well, I grew up in a family business. So understanding and handling everything like a business was nothing new to us. So it was easier for us to, get out of the hood way of thinking and start handling these dogs a lot better than what we did when we first got the dogs. That hood way of thinking and just jumping out there, just doing all kinds of shit. It didn't pay off. We actually got that dog stolen. But when you tightened up your game and went back to doing business, because at that point, like I said, business mattered, things did change. And the reason I had these conversations because history shows us this. All the way down to putting together conventions, all the way down to the locking up and who's the referee and time and the place. All those are like business activity. All the way down to the breeding programs. Who the breeding program was going to be with, what you was going to pay for the breeding program, what you wanted out of the breeding. Did you just want a stud feed? Did you just want some puppies? All of these things were happening as we grew because they were already happening and being a part of the game. But then when y'all go back and look at history, These are business transactions. And some of them business transactions that didn't work out. You know, people got shot, some people got killed over. Just like any other business. You know, people didn't play around with it. But then that's not something that was happening all the time. That, you know, when you dealt with good dog men, we had less problems. Remember that. When we dealt with good dog men, we had less problems. The shows turned out right. The breedings turned out right. The negotiations turned out right. And all the successful kennels that we talk about, all of them fell into that format. That we didn't have no other choice but to fall into the same format. And if you're looking at that way, and I'm trying to bring y'all all the way from the past, all the way back up here to as the future comes into this. One thing I'm noticing is, you know, everybody getting away from the business side of this thing. Really. When you start throwing the papers away and don't need papers, that's, to me, that's one fault. But then the relationships to get things done, that's the second fault. Because every business that I know never grew without having a relationship with your clientele, your people. You have to have something to offer, something that other people want. When you have good shit, other people are going to want that shit. But if I'm going to be a shitty ass person to do business with, why would I do business with a shitty ass person? If I wouldn't do business with a shitty ass person, why would you do business with a shitty ass person? For those who do business with shitty ass people, I don't understand, why would you be mad when you knew this person was a shitty ass person? And if you didn't know, you didn't do your research, because I research everybody we deal with. That's what I do. That was my job. I took care of all the business. Y'all worry about the dogs and let me deal with the people. Because relationships in business can carry you a long way. Can make you rich, really, if that's what you choose to do. See, we never looked to be rich in this dog game when it came to selling dogs. We knew the money that could have been made, but that just wasn't our thing. But look at all the success that men have had when it came to them making a name and doing good business and selling dogs. Now, y'all might call them puppy peddlers. You know what I mean? I ain't never really looked at some of the greats as puppy peddlers. I looked at, you know, most of them did climb in the box. They just, because of their professional careers, they couldn't do it as often as some of those others, put it like that. But they would check their own shit. They would get in there, or they would give it to somebody, and you got business transactions going on because I'm giving you, it's my dog, you put it to work, we're going in together, and this is how it's going to be. Things work like that. So when you're trying to produce that new, that's something new. That's how I'm looking at it. When you're trying to take this thing to something in that new way of doing something, there's so many factors that don't exist. Too many factors that don't exist. And there's nobody really taking the lead to get control over, you know, what a good American Pit Bull is supposed to be like. The standard is what makes an American Pit Bull supposed to be like. Because we have taken out what has made the American Pit Bull what it is. And because we can't move forward, we have no idea what that's supposed to look like. You see, this is why we keep going back, dealing with everything back here in the past. Because moving forward, the past is all you have to go on when you want to talk about what it's supposed to be like. Quality, the vigor, what makes an American Pit Bull Terrier a quality American Pit Bull Terrier. See, we have never been on the papers make the dog. We've always said the dog make the papers. All right, we've heard that enough. But how the hell does that work for the now moving forward? Business-wise, for me, understanding that if my product is supposed to speak for itself, what's going to make my product better than anybody else to where I don't have to talk about it? I have to create a lane to where I can prove that my dogs are better than everybody else. My dogs are what I say they are. Now, we're taking the box completely out of this conversation. Because remember, the box is what we had in our past. Give a damn what y'all think, say it was. I'm not going to sit there and let anybody try to, all the other crazy ass shit. No, the box determined the quality of the damn dog. But now you have to take that out of it. What does that game look like? See, the reason I say this because it's going to take business to make that change be a respectable change. See, respectable changes just don't happen overnight. Respectable changes happen based on the quality of the business and the people that's doing the business that's going to help create that change and the standard of that change to where you can now put another standard on what the American Pit Bull Terrier is supposed to be having to determine the quality of the dog. See, I always tell y'all, we try to stay away from that now situation. But I always sit back and try to wonder what will the now look like without what was working in the past. What would that look like? What direction are they going with this? I see everybody's got YouTube channels. Everybody got something to say. And me personally, I do agree that I don't understand if you have never, ever done what we have done. And I'm talking about what we have done is our past. What the hell do you have to talk about when it comes to the now? Because it's hard for me to see how you talk about the past when you're trying to do something that you've never done. You have no accomplishments, nothing to stand behind on what you have done to even talk about. So, understanding our doing these YouTube shit wasn't meant to hype us up. Our YouTube thing was to talk about something that we didn't see being talked about to the point to where, Pro was doing it, but then guess what? You never done it before. So that right there brought, that hit a nerve for me to see somebody like him try to argue with my brother. That hit a nerve for me because there is no conversation there. That's why we did this. This is why I'm talking about, hey fellas, there's a lot that this game needs if you're talking about change. And business is always the best start to do anything when it comes to change. Now, when I say business, I'm talking about, I think that's down south Kennels. That guy who put that show on down in Louisiana, that to me was great. Because I got a chance to see somebody do something and it worked. I ain't hear nobody fighting. You had Fat Bill there, you had J-Bo there, you had my boy Big Ralph there. I knew a lot of people who was there. Even was while they was down there, I was talking on the phone. Mo talking to a lot of the old guys we hadn't heard from years that was there. That to me, okay, that shows that can work. And you have Floyd there. I mean, come on. That is like anybody who got those pictures and been able to even be a part of that, that's something that's going to be worth something 10, 15, 20 years from now. So that shows me these kind of things can happen. But that also shows me that was no differently done than what we were doing back in the day when I say we had to travel to go do shit. We didn't just stay in our backyards worried about what was going on. Our success came when we had to travel to do things. There's men who had to travel to be there to make that thing successful. That meant men had to travel to become a part of that, to be able to be included even in those pictures. So not much has changed. The success, same thing. We had to travel to do what we did. For that to be a success, people wanted to be a part of it. They had to travel to go do what they did. So it's not a matter of what we were doing, regardless of where the time is. We're still all going to be doing the same thing, just doing it a different way. I don't think we have enough of what made that happen. And yeah, I know we got the APBT shows. I mean, we got other people doing shows, but it's still not enough to change the outlook on what makes these bulldogs quality dogs going into the future. It's not there. It ain't there. And you know why? Because ain't nobody really out there, we don't have enough people out there taking care of business. You know, I don't understand, based on a dog's blood, how people are able to be out here buying bulldogs because of what's on the paper. I didn't grow up in that era, but then that's why I can talk about it. Because how is that possible? And for that kind of money. Now y'all remember the last show we had dogs for $300, $250, some for $500. Now this is what they selling dogs for, puppies. Coming out of some great coming off some great dogs. And you notice the dog part never changed. A good dog is just going to be a good dog, and a good bred dog is just going to be a good bred dog. Just because it was back in 1953 or 1968, the price was so much cheaper, the quality of the dog was always going to be measured on the dog. So when we get down here in our time, when we spending $2,500, $1,500, $1,200, $2,000, some $5,000, I'm trying to figure out where we going with this. Explain to me how that's supposed to work. What that look like. Because how are we measuring the quality of the dog compared to the price of what it costs to have that dog? For me, that's bad business. Now, me being a street person, no, I'm not going to say I was a street person, but I am. I was a business person, but I wasn't dumb to the streets. I understand business is business. I wouldn't give a damn if you're doing it above water or below the ground. The thing is business. It just depends on where the product is and who you're doing the business with. But I always looked at this dog game as a business, even from our standpoint. See, I was that kind of person that, not too many, hardly nobody really came to our yard. Nobody. Our proteges, they could. they learned the business part of it. Maybe that's why they stayed private too. Because we didn't never show them about selling dogs. We got them up on the business part of it, because they went out and did some great breedings, but they wasn't open to the world. They knew how to take care of their business. We knew how to take care of our business, and these are things that we pushed. The conversation that I'm trying to have tonight, outside before Mo get in here, is the business part of why we have so much glam and glory going on, but no production of the direction you're supposed to be taking this thing. Because see, nowadays, they got this thing called RICO. That's why I always tell y'all, to do any business, it's best to know everything about the business you're in, the laws, everything associated with everything. Y'all have heard me say this over and over and over again. I'm tired of saying it, but I never associated by saying, now when you tie all this together, this is what I consider the business format. Regardless of what you're doing, you're always going to need a supplier, you're going to need a manufacturer, you're going to need a salesperson, you're going to need a bank, somebody that's going to handle all transactions, and you're going to need the person that's going to be ahead of the table and responsible for everything that's going down on underneath them. The success of that business will be operated based on that structure, and everybody has to do their job. Now, success comes with that format. Very seldom does that success come without that format. Everybody going to have or know somebody they're going to be doing some type of business with in the growth of the business that you're doing. Everybody. There's going to be somebody that's got some input. And understanding that is what I be looking for, what leads to the growth of what I'm looking for, what's going to happen 10 years from now. You see, when they bought in this thing called the RICO, we thought that was for the drug dealers and the gangsters. But no, they actually have bought it into the American Pit Bull Terrier dog game. And to me, that RICO Act is real shaky. I'm watching that YSL trial, and I'm just, it just brings me back to when I see people who get accused of dog fighting because they got the medicine and the treadmill and a breaking stick. I don't understand how the law that works in the law. And God knows how RICO works, that if anything that person did based on just that information, and they go find 4 other people that had the same thing that you had, which to me, I don't see nothing illegal about it, but based on your phone and all your information, these 4 people, they can create a RICO situation based on that. That right there. And when I look at some of this shit, the medicine, the treadmill, the breaking stick, having a dog is not illegal. They didn't catch you fighting dogs. I seen one where the man's yard is supposed to be horrible. The dog's in terrible shape, but I'm looking at the dogs that they picking up the day that they pick these dogs up, and these dogs looked as healthy as hell. Healthy as hell. But they were supposed to be in the worstest conditions that I didn't see, and they never showed what the worstest conditions look like. Now, there are some that they be all skinnied up and everything, but that's not the conversation I'm talking. I'm talking about them ones that the medicine was there, treadmills there, the breaking stick was there, the dog's supposed to be in the worst condition, but you look at the dogs and they're healthy as hell. But the storyline looked terrible. That's what the shit be sounding like. And I bring that up because, I just, come on now. All right, what if we was running up walls, pulling weights, treadmill races, confirmation shows? I'm going to have the same medicine. I'm going to have the same treadmill. I'm going to have the same breaking stick and the same type of dogs on my yard. But how come that don't ever come into play? Why is it the first thing that comes into play is these dogs are being used for the purpose of dog fighting? I'll tell you why. Because you ain't doing enough for the other. You're not. You're not getting together to change the minds of the people who are trying to kill off a whole entire breed of dogs. Let me give a big shout out to my man, Melee New Suspect. I seen you, fam. Just showing that love, OGs. Always scratch to win. Nah, you the man, Melee. You the man. You keep doing what you doing. That's showing that love, bro, and showing up. Because hopefully you're learning something. Because y'all should understand the importance of getting this part right. Because it's so important. I mean, I don't like to get into the bickering and all that other shit. I mean, we might sit here and talk about our shit, but it's not we trying to brag on our shit. What we're trying to do is tell you guys our shit is nothing to brag on compared to the people who taught us the shit. Nothing. So if you take a look at what created just what we did and were able to do, the things that you could do by just taking the information that we're giving you and making it work another type of way for a whole new purpose. But you can't get away from the basics. And to me, the quality of the dog is the basic. The registration of the dogs is the basic. The conditioning of the dogs is not supposed to change. But the people who make this shit happen from a business standpoint is always going to shine over all the other bullshit that don't. And that's just fact. That's fact. And I think we have enough in this community that you don't have to have a name like Tom Garner. You don't have to have a name like Floyd. Don't even have to, and for us not to even be breeders, fellas, to still have going hard dogs 20-something plus years later. I'm trying to imagine what that would be like if we would just start selling dogs. They would probably be at our door. Bobo knocking at the tearing the dog down. We selling dogs for the purpose of illegal activity. What would bring that on? Because of our past? That kind of makes sense, wouldn't it? To me, that would make sense. Because of our past. Because of this YouTube channel? Yeah, I could see that happening. But I'm not that naive to sit here and try to tell y'all that we're not doing anything because we're not doing anything, but because of our past doesn't mean that they're not going to come knocking. Because we're giving them all the reasons to knock. Y'all, we selling dogs. Y'all selling going hard dogs. Who wouldn't want to go on hard dog? Well, I know a lot of people who would want to go on hard dog because we never got away from our breeding program. Never. We always still believe what it took to make a quality dog is going to make a quality dog, and we don't need a whole yard full of them. So your kids got dogs. And their kids probably going to have dogs. My grandkids are probably still going to have dogs, but they ain't got some of everybody else's dogs. I ain't got to worry about my dogs chewing up my grandkids. I didn't have to worry about my dogs chewing up my kids. So I'll be comfortable with my dogs having any kind of pit bull. Let it be our dogs. Let it be something that we bred. And then I feel a lot more comfortable because regardless of what the situation is, they still going to be around. But the business part of that, understanding the business part of that, takes a conglomerate of people who can see everything that's wrong and be able to do the same thing we did when we was ready to go box some shit, like go get on the road, make that phone call, set it up, time everything. Remember, this is what we used to do. There, it just didn't just happen. It was always pre-planned. Got on, we set it up, who it was, wait, just like they do boxing, there's a time, there's a date, there's a place. That's business. In order to change that format, we need to create business that looks something like this, but totally different than this. You're going to have to do it like this. Now, I don't know, confirmation shows and treadmill races and running up walls, fellas, I don't know what that looks like. I mean, I've been to these things. When I say I don't know what that looks like, I don't know what it means to have a yard full of them. I don't know what it takes to judge the quality of one, because that was never our forte. But not saying it can't be y'all's forte. I seen a pit bull, I swear to God, I thought I seen a pit bull jump almost, I know it had to be over 50 feet. Run and then jump over a distance of 50 feet. That's an accomplishment to me. I know we might have other dogs who do all that other shit, but we talking about pit bulls. Why can't we have something like that for pit bulls? Because it take a hell of a dog to be able to do some shit like that. And to be able to produce other dogs that could do that. Or how about that pit bull that not only can jump 50 feet, but can climb a wall over 11 feet. And then turn right around and go jump on that treadmill and win a treadmill race. And then on top of that, go win a confirmation show. That is a badass dog who can do it all. Tell me when it show up. All right, fellas, sorry about that. Technical difficulties. But look, before I get up out of here, let me just break this down to you right quick. Here's my point. The business part of this situation that I'm talking about is basically, I know it's hard for people to even support a channel. Unless you're doing drama, I see people, maybe this just not the thing, the thing, but, supporting the YouTube channels. You show up, but, I think this community could do so much more to support. But to move forward, y'all just having dogs just to have dogs is going to run out. Because it's not going to be a purpose to have a dog, because nobody's going to stop them from doing what they're doing. But I'm a true believer in getting together and structuring up. I mean, like you had the ADBA. You can have your own bulldog community in your own state, your own city, and challenge other people from their own cities on confirmation and wall climbing. Just do things a little different than we did, but do them the same way, because it's going to be, business is going to bring you to that, to do shit like that. Sometimes you got to travel, but if you got the right people doing the right thing and a couple different, and everybody, I don't mind coming to South Carolina. Y'all got a show down there. We bring a couple dogs down, and this is what we're going to do. Confirmation show, wall climbing, treadmill racing, weight pulling. That shit will work. It will. Then at least you're going to be able to rebuild what a quality American Pit Bull Terrier is supposed to be. Might be under some different standards, but guess what? It shouldn't even matter, because the dog gonna do what it's been doing as long as it was way back then. It's still gonna show you that same, not every dog's gonna be able to have what the great ones do. But how would you ever know what that would take until you start doing it? That's where I'm at with that, before we got totally interrupted through things shut off on me. But that's the direction I'm trying to go in. It's like, hey, it's not about having to come together, because, this community don't never come together on nothing. But we still got things done. Like they still got things done way back in 1953 and before. 1960s, 1970s, 1980s, 1990s. We still got things done, regardless of what the situation is and was. Still going to be able to get the situation done, moving into from 2020 to 2024 and beyond. But the landscape has changed. Landscape has changed. So everybody that I see that's out here doing these YouTube channels and trying to talk about these damn dogs, somebody give me one outside of us, Fat Bill and J-Bo, bulldogging, and even Pelican Bay, even though he wasn't on the level of some of us, but at least he can say he did stick his nose. He did get his hands dirty. 7, 8 and them boys over there, they got their hands dirty. J-Bo know what that was like. But you don't hear us running around here glorifying nothing. You hear us talking about our past. Ain't nobody trying to talk about the now. Not one damn one of us. So anybody that ain't talking about the past and have any idea what that was like, what the hell is y'all talking about? What the hell is it to be on YouTube talking about what? Unless you talk about what it looks like to be moving forward. And I ain't seeing enough of that. And if I was to see it, I would support it. And I would suggest everybody else try to support it. Because that's the direction this thing needs to go in. And the only way it's ever going to be right is you got to have a business mind to make it work. And the last time I checked, Any business is always going to need a conglomerate of people to make it work. So I'm just trying to get everybody to understand, coming from somebody like me who didn't do nothing but deal with the business, to get you guys to understand, hey, the game might have changed, but the dog sure the hell ain't. The quality is always going to be put on the dog. The man still are the ones who's making the dogs. The papers don't mean shit. So in order for all that to change, we got to make a change. How you going to make a change? Because y'all going to start doing shit different. And in order to start doing things different, you're going to be able to see progress. You're going to be able to see a plan. You're going to be able to hear people talking about the same thing, supporting the same thing, making these things happen. And that's all I'm trying to get out there. You know, hey, what's happening to selling your breaking sticks, you know, at these shows? You know, selling treadmills. Remember, all these things happen all based off of how well you do business. Hell, some people, you know, look at people write, you know, back in the day, Crenshaw book, even Fat Bill's book, Schoolboy's book. I mean, there's so many damn books. Some people make money off of just talking about, you know, their careers. Hell, YouTube don't pay us a lot of money, but they still pay us a little money. And all we doing is talking. I mean, it's trying to do something. But if we wasn't trying to be relevant and have something to talk about, I swear to you, we wouldn't do this. That's why I'm really looking at how to be done with this. That's why we speaking more on trying to just talk about the past and get y'all to realize the shit y'all talking about was going on today, been going on. And that shit ain't never been, you know, it's always been like that. That shit that y'all talking today, that ain't never stopped nothing. Ever. But if you're trying to shine a new light and make some damn changes, like I'm hearing it so goddamn much, like we got to do this and we got to do that, but I don't ever see that, but I see everybody selling dogs. I still see everybody talk about what's going on, you know, the thing that everybody should be trying to get away from. The basement gonna always be the basement. The people who take that risk are no different than the people like us. No different back now than what was going on back then. And I'm talking about way back then. So I don't worry about that part. That's not the part I'm talking to. I'm talking about the ones that get out here and be wanting to talk about change. If y'all really trying to make a change, then it should be something that you should be able to do to show that that change is possible. Anything other than that, it's not going to happen. So as I leave it out tonight, I want y'all to do a lot more supporting the channels. You know what I mean? This stuff ain't meant to glorify the Bulldogs. It's not. Not for us anyway. It's to be able to get up here and share the knowledge. And if there's anything that we can share to make these things better, this is what I had a conversation I'm talking about tonight. It ain't got nothing to do with the past. Got a whole lot to do with where we going at moving in the future. Because I seen some shit. I seen a man going through some shit, and all he had was the normal shit that a person is supposed to have bulldogs. And I think he only had 4 dogs. Now, outside of everything that come along with it, I didn't hear nothing else but those things. And that wound up what they call a dog fighting ring. But the only thing they had was 4 dogs, the medicine, the treadmill, and some breaking sticks. Didn't hear nothing about no drugs, no nothing. And 4 dogs. They didn't catch nobody fighting dogs. They didn't see none of that. They just went there, they seen that stuff, and then automatically that's what they put on the news. That could be any one of y'all. Any one of y'all. Y'all know we got more horror stories, but just to see something like that, every time I hear y'all about talking about making some change, I be like, y'all need to step up your game quick, because they definitely stepping up theirs. Almost to the point that they trying to make y'all get out the dogs, trying to make you scared to even have a bulldog. That's what it's doing. That's why it's important to give them a reason to say these dogs are better than what you think they are. There's more than these dogs than just what y'all trying to put on them. People to your show. Hey, yeah, and that's another thing. Create these shows and invite them to the shows. The SPCA, your county dog catchers, with the whole breaking stick of treadmills and everything out there, and see how they act. Make sure you get them on camera out there looking around with all that stuff around, so they will have to understand. Just because you have this stuff does not make you a dog fighter. That you got to just put it in their face and make the law help you instead of letting the law and their interpretation of it hurt you. Y'all ain't doing enough for the right. That's all I'm saying. And I'm just trying to put it out there. Tighten up on your business, because again, one can't do it by itself. But it's so much, all of y'all, and I mean it's enough for y'all. Look at all these damn videos. Look at all the 1,000-something people, 2,000-something people, 4,000, 5,000 views, 6,000, 17,000 over there on time shit. Look at all them views, and ain't nobody really talking like this. We got a problem. Tighten up on your game. I'm turning this over to you, Mo. You can have it.
What up, everybody? Let me slide in here. He's been making some good points tonight. I just be trying to figure out, where y'all be at when it comes down to making that decision. What's the purpose? Again, you see a lot of it on there, on the groups, Facebook groups. You're still talking old school dogs. We still revert back to our time a lot, talking about those dogs and dogs even before them. We be talking about those dogs. But if people was talking about those dogs, what's the purpose of talking about those dogs? What's so important in having those dogs in your genetic makeup? You know what I mean? Some of these guys that we talking about, y'all see how far back those dog men go? I mean, just think. We've got these old journals. We see all the different journals from 53 to 60, 61. I mean, we see a lot of them. Hold on, let me plug up, guys. Okay, I'm back. slow. Okay. Yeah, I think we didn't really start seeing the change, maybe because I can pull up the old journals, the ones that we had, the first ones with Jeep on the cover and stuff. I think Molly B was in there. I'm trying to remember. But even like back then, Champion Apple, Mr. Green's Champion Apple dog. Okay. Back then, let me see. I would have to say Apple was before Termite. Mr. Whitley and them. They were like the first, I would say, the first word the book started adding. Let me see, what did they call themselves? The Havana Boys, I'm saying, I think they used to be called the Local Boys or something. LBK, Latin Boy Kennels, them boys. You started seeing those type of names. Prior to that, you had some of the more the Mexicans, but I'm talking about not like Mexican Dan and let me see, I'm trying to remember. Oh my gosh, what is their names? They be right there on the tip of my tongue too. Start with, I think, a B or something. Anyway, you started seeing those guys showing up in matches, and then you started seeing the major shift in the game. Those old names like Crenshaw, Boudreaux, I was Jerry. Those are like names to our past. See, there were new names and new lines of dogs and new kennels, that have the same type of stories that we died back there in 1953. That we can go all the way and dive into the late 80s, all of the 90s, most of all of, to this point, the 2000s, where we're not dealing with those same type of, I would have to say, journals and books that we were seeing back there in the 50s, 60s, 70s. A lot of those stories changed. You got new faces, new combination of lines, new people. Now you have to say Abraham. Now you have to say Stone City. Now you have to say Missing Link. You would have to say Havana Boys. You would have to say DBK, Wall Boys, Triple M, Strictly Business. See, these are the names that you don't hear a lot from, the now guys, because it seems like the now guys still keep going back to the Tom Gardners, Ed Fearings. You know what I'm saying? Ratliff. Those. I mean, even when it comes to Ratliff, Gaston, Undertaker, Untouchables, Super Kennels, Mau Mau, B Crest, Ricky Jones. These are kennels now that we hear very little in the now. We can still go back there and know who Howard Till is. We can go back there and say who Maurice Carver is. We can go back there and start talking about Earl Tudor. We can go back there and start talking about Old Family Red Nose Dogs. But those are dogs that y'all talking about now. You know, like y'all got lost after 1970. 1970. I mean, y'all still building dogs off of Boomer, Cunningham's Boomer, Cunningham's Red Man. I mean, what's left of whatever the stuff is out there. You know, we're not talking much about tab dogs, even though we have tab dogs in the lines. You know, we don't talk enough about them, like, you know, the making a tab and the things that Tab did. Well, when you got Al White and a story on him that doesn't look too, you know, enlightening, you know, but it's still part of history. You know, it's still part of history and the things that Tab did. I didn't say nothing about Al White and what Al White did. I'm talking about what the dog itself did and where he sits in the history. Then when you get into the history of that dog, yeah, it would be even interesting to go back and see the type of person who had Tab, you know, in the story that, you know, that goes behind Al White in the Tab dog. You know, that's interesting stories. You know, same thing that you would go back there in 1953 like we did those matches right there. You know what I'm saying? Remember, we still have information on great matches that was going on in the 90s, in the 2000s, and then it just started breaking off to where you ain't got none. But those history of dogs, even back then, because they are in books, you know, they do carry their own story. You know, like Mike said, you know, what we was sitting there watching them do in 1953, I put around there and show y'all that in a 2004 journal. You know what I'm saying? It actually had gotten better with the reports and, you know, the stories, but now you got different people involved, different locations, you know. We always talked about the way we like to travel. And you heard so many people, you know, with this stuck at home shit. Well, if y'all notice, even back then in the 50s, a lot of those matches, them dudes was traveling. A lot of them conventions, you know, they came together like it was a damn confirmation ADBA show. You know what I'm saying? I mean, those are history making stories. But then you can say, well, twin, the laws did change. As you see, even in 53, they was trying to pay close attention because they was probably getting people talking shit about, you know, the cruelty of fighting dog, you know, being cruel. I mean, even though they was doing them damn near wide open and shit, definitely taking pictures. Who could take a picture of a match now and try to illustrate it? You know what I'm saying? It's like out of the question. You couldn't do no shit like that now. You know what I'm saying? And for those out there who is taking them risks in those chances and still making history, and I mean, and when I say making history, when it comes to the American Pit Bull, the true American Pit Bull, it was built in a basement setting. It just got pushed darker down into the basement due to the laws and the changes. But the history of what these dogs had accomplished, even through all that. Remember all those kennel names that I can run off. All those kennels that I talk about. All those great dogs was in those kennels. All those great dogs was just out there at the time. In the competition, in the competitiveness, same thing that we was seeing in 1953. Y'all remember now, I was going through these matches, and I'll be going through them time to time where we can go back in there and look at some of these shows. These dudes was hooking up. So it wasn't like, you know, like I said, it wasn't like, you know, everybody didn't get a taste of losing because I seen some of all of them lose. There were some great stories in some of these magazines where these dogs was looking good, but the competition, you find yourself running across an article in there where, in one article, this dog was bad as hell. It seemed like he was smashing everything. Then couple down the line, maybe a year later, you seen that very same dog losing. Why this dog lose? Because it was the same way back then as it was in our time, competition. The game was built on competing. That's the whole aspect of the game. When you compete, you are challenging. And you're basically saying that you want to see how good your dog is. You believe in your dog. You believe in your work. You believe in your line. So you put them out there. And this is what has always been the, I would have to say the time machine. Time machine was always built in the dark. All the great dogs, even the dogs that we know nothing about, the wheres, the wins, the hows. But you can best believe there's great dogs out there that can carry the future. When will we finally know about them? Maybe 20 years down the line. We might have a whole new generation of pit bulls out there, that is really being hidden from this world here. That's really still carrying the genetic makeup of what was already being built on many years ago. Imagine what they could be putting together now to stand up to the time. What can they be putting together to show that the game is not on a stale mode? The game has not lost its ability to create and compete. The game has not lost the bloodlines or the lines of the old and the very old and the whole makeup of the American Pit Bull Terrier. Can we say that we have lost the majority of it? I think what we have lost is not the majority of it, of the basement, but we have taken away a lot of the light, to the basement. We have books that can bring light into the dark. We had journals. We had stories that put a little light that would expose history and stories and conversation about some of the very dogs in your pedigrees. But when you start breeding and you start selling puppies, where does your story start? To make your dog even worthy of a conversation, you have to go into your pedigree and grab something that you got to be able to grab it, or something that we can talk about and read about. A lot of these guys that put years into it, into their yards, and you see him. Well, he was a good dude. He had good dogs, and he got a whole generation of dogs in his pedigree. But even now, we have to pull that guy up. That's the first thing we're going to run back and do. We're going to go back into his pedigree, and we're going to start going backwards until we see what he was trying to do. We could not just stay right there on his page with his name and his dogs and his line of dogs and literally see what he was trying to do unless we was basically looking exactly about him. And even when we look for it in him, what questions by looking at that pedigree is being answered? He might have a 3 in, 1 out. He might have a brother, sister, inbred line. But just looking at it, without going back, just looking at what's in front of you, what are you going to get out of that to the eye? Maybe to the person who's doing it, they can sit there and give you a whole story in a book. And how much of those stories in a book going to put you down there in a dungeon? You know what I'm saying? So, and that's what guys upstairs look for. Guys upstairs still looking for that magic. You know what I'm saying? They're still looking for it. Me, I would be still looking for it. I wouldn't want to have nothing on, and then I'm putting time into that didn't come from a working bloodline. I mean, not for the purpose, but for the fact. Why is it so important to have a working bloodline, though, twin? Because that's what it was built on. If I'm going to feed a pit bull, I'm going to feed a pit bull based on my past. I'm going to breed him not for the purpose of doing something, but for the purpose I know genetic-wise, historically speaking, I'm standing in line with what made the dogs great. You know, if it's worth talking about, it's got to have something behind it. And like I said, most of the pedigrees that we do put up, what do we find behind it? Good bred dogs. We're still doing that. We're still finding good bred dogs. And most great dogs that we pull up. We don't even care what area we going to. We still pulling them up. Great dogs. And that was interesting to me that we were able to see that and recognize it, and people is to follow that being there, like Mike said. What is your purpose of selling dogs? Let's see here. Trying to look and see. Right here. Check and see if there's any questions, Mike, because I'm missing some of those. Remember I was talking about the amber dog and stuff? Here I go again. Yeah, I think that's her right here. I'm looking at this story of the way so many of these dog men back then and how they was traveling and getting around. You know, it's just amazing how I used to sit back and be looking at the guys getting mad because, you know, we used to talk shit about the traveling thing. You know, and it was always like, I go back here and look in the past, and that's all they did. That's all they did. They was traveling. And another thing, if you go back in there and notice, did you notice how many good dogs got moved around? I mean, really, look, you had a lot of great dogs. Art got moved around. Zebo got moved around. Kingfish got moved around. Stomping Otto got moved around. Jeep got moved around. You know, a lot of these dogs got moved into other people's hands. They was doing a lot of that. Angus got moved around. Charlie and got moved around. How did Superman end up with all those great dogs? You know, Barney Five had a lot of great dogs. You know, they was just moving a lot of dogs around. You know, Atlas Brewer has Snooty, but you never see Brewer Snooty. We see always was Snooty, but I know for a fact that Atlas Brewer had Snooty because Atlas had his gravestone, and he showed us right when we saw Snooty's gravestone, it was right where Snooty was buried on Atlas Brewer's yard. Now that gravestone has ended up there at Tom's house now. That's the last place I saw it. Before then, Tony Wade had it, and before then, it was on Atlas Brewer's yard. I've seen that stone 3. I've seen it several times, but I didn't seen it in 3 different places. I've seen it in the original place, and I've seen it when it moved, and I've seen it when it moved again. And it's just funny for me to be able to see that thing almost 30 years, close to 40 years later, you know, at Tom's, on Tom's yard. Same tombstone. So it just funny how history continues to be carried throughout history. Because, you know, when it was my time, you know, history was what Atlas and James Edward had done prior to me meeting them. You know, because Mr. Edwards, he's been around, and to me, he was the catalyst to Atlas. You know, I think Atlas took a ride on James Edwards' tailbone because James Edwards was matching dogs. And a lot of those old timers that, you know, by the time it got to our time, they were doing more selling, but they'd already put their time in the box. You know, they already got their work time. And as I go back to these old books and old stories, you see them back there. Just imagine, we always talk about James Crenshaw, but we don't never really talk enough about E. Crenshaw. Damn, but E. Crenshaw was more relevant to the game than J. Crenshaw. Even though they both had an impact. I think E. Crenshaw had a bigger impact than J. Crenshaw. You know, many may argue the point, but when you look at it for what I see, you know, the push actually, when it comes to sticking to a horn and riding it, E. Crenshaw stuck to a horn and rode it. You know, James, he moved Jeep around, you know what I'm saying? A lot of his dogs, Honey Bunch, you know. You got good dogs there, good producing dogs, you know. James will always go into history because he got Crenshaw's Jeep and Crenshaw's Honey Bunch. The 2 #1 dogs in the history of the dog game sitting on the top of the registered merit list forever. Both of them champions. You know, even if you were new into the game right now in 2024, that would probably be the first thing that you would want to know before you got to really understanding your dog. History. What's up, man?
Big shout out to my man Don coming in with a 2-piece. He said, I promise y'all, drop the knowledge. Appreciate that, Don.
Thank you. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's what we stick around for. It's not like I'm trying to teach y'all nothing new. I'm trying to teach y'all something old. I'm trying to give y'all something that y'all don't have now. You know, again, I keep going back into these olds because you don't have it to reference to in your own time. So I want to be able to make sure you guys appreciate what was really back there by showing it to you, sharing it with you, going in here and looking at what we were seeing, going in here and like we say, when you come to this show, you jump on the bus, you get on the yellow footprints and meet. Now we're in this world when we go into these old books and listen to these stories and listen to these guys talk. Remember, these is years on top of years ago. Years on top of years ago. And while we on that, I just wanted to make a quick stop. And while we on that subject right there, and I'm going to take y'all back to an old book, 1960, where it was talking about a brief discussion of the canine heartworm problem. Now, this is 1960. This is 1960. And we talking about a canine pit bull heartworm problem. Ain't that funny? Ain't that funny? Come on, let's take a closer look at this. Let's see what they had to say about the heartworm back in 1990, 1960. I have my glasses today, guys, so I can make a better attempt. It was really hard for me not to be able to read with them. So I'll see if I can make it a little bit bigger. I forgot how Mike say do that. Let me see. Okay. Y'all can see that, right? Y'all can read along with me. I just wanted to just go over this article here. All right? And the reason why I want to go over this article because a lot of us deal with heartworms here in 2024. So let's go see what they got to say about it, see if we can learn something from them for even back then. Important parasitic problem facing the doggone, especially in the southern states, is the canine heartworm. I can't say it, so I ain't going to try to tear it apart. The adult heartworm, both male and female, are found chiefly in the right ventricle and pulmonary arteries of the heart. They are almost exclusively found in this site. The mature heartworms may attain a length of 150 to 300 millimeters, that's 6 to 12 inches. There may be from 1 to several hundred worms present. To further appreciate the problem of heartworms, a brief description of the life cycle is in order. The adult worms in the heart produce offsprings, the microfilia, fluera. The microfilia circulate in the peripheral bloodstream and are the microscopic intermediate stage the veterinarian looks for when he examines a specimen of blood under the microscope for evidence of heartworms. So remember what he just said. He said that he's looking in a microscope. He's looking in a microscope to find. He's looking in the microscope to find this guy when he samples a specimen of blood. The microscopic intermediate stage. I wonder if I copy this and we try to go and look for it. I'm going to write it down and we're going to go Google it. And let's go see if we can find this stage. Let me find a pen. That he can go and look in a microscope back then in 1960 Remember, today we got to go to a vet and get our dog checked for heartworms. We have to literally go to the vet to get our dogs checked for heartworms. Now, what was this microscope thing doing where he could take a specimen of blood under the microscope and find indications of heartworms? That would help us out. So give me a chance. I'll write it down. It's called the microgrid circuits. Just give me a minute here, guys. I gotta get a pen. Just bear with me here, guys. We're gonna go do some research right here live on TV today. Me, I'd be like having the microscope and we'd be doing some micro checking. You know what I'm saying? See what it look like. Let's see what this microfilera looks like. I'm going to Google that, all right? So let's go. Let's open up another page and let's look into that. Under a microscope. Okay. All right, y'all. This is what we see. This is what we see in the microscope, fellas. Well, we can clearly see that one. We can clearly see that one. This one here, I don't know. Definitely see those. See, we learning something. You're learning something. That means not only can we check our dogs, we get our little blood samples and we start checking our little samples. We might be able to see if we can heartworms on the dogs. Maybe we might not have to always go to the vet like so many of us has been tamed and trained to do. You know, I haven't gotten to the point where that now. Not only did I get that little HCT kit, I got me a urinalysis kit as well. Purpose for my urinalysis kit was to help with not only, checking on things in the urine, but one of the main things was the protein level in the urine. A lot of mistakes guys are making out here and thinking it's because of the heat or not understanding, the situations they're running into with dogs, running hot when they're trying to work them is over protein. Thinking they're giving the dogs the best, but you could be also overdoing it. Too much is a little more harmful than not enough. So as we take a good look at these things here, we see certain things that we can look for that can help us. Now, I don't have a dog with heartworms around, but we get more insight. Let's just take a look. It's actually telling us because the microfailures are large, they can be detected by screening at a lower magnification times 10 and then examined at a higher magnification times 50, 40, 50 with oil, or 100 with oil for species level identification. Three microfilaral tests are commonly used. The blood smear test uses 1 drop of blood on a slide covered with a cover slide. The slide is examined under a microscope for microfilia. The NOTS test uses 1 cc of blood that is fixed with formalin and citrated to concentrate the modiformia. What is this? What that is fixed with? What is that? Anybody know what that is? Anybody help me with that? Let's go do this here. We'll go back. Excuse me, gentlemen. Excuse me. And the cells, their components are transparent. A microscopical imaging of biological tissue samples regularly has to overcome the fact that cells in their components are transparent and colorless. A cell consists of lipid membranes and proteins surrounded by water, and all these constitutes are normally transparent. In order to visualize the shape of a cell or the arrangement of its components, we thus need to apply special techniques. One such technique is phase contrast microscopy, a technique that resolves differences in the refractive index of a cell by use of a transmission light illumination. Fluorescent microscopy is another way to investigate the shape of a cell. In this technique, a fluorescent module is attached to the cell and illuminated with a suitable excitation wavelength, causing it to fluoresce. Fluorescence microscopy is a very powerful technique because the detected light is directly generated by the fluorescence tag. This allows for a precise localization of the origin of the fluorescent light. That's not bad. So guys, couldn't really see it here. I see they're trying to show it, but I want to see. Looking at this the way it is, I don't see it. I don't see it in there. I wonder, is it based on this shit here moving around? We definitely got movement. You know? But I don't see no. This is all I see is this part right here. I wonder what they're trying to tell us. Let's take a peek and see. I guess that would be this area right here, gentlemen. That's what I'm seeing. Because whatever this shit is, it moves from here all up in here, see? So we see shit moving around in our in the mic, in our blood tests. We would have to definitely be like, okay. I'm just going over certain pictures, guys, so we can get a real good look. Because, you know, if y'all like me, I'm going to go looking. Okay, here's another one. You can see it real good now, right? So I guess what we're actually seeing, see how that movement is? He got heartworms bad, don't he? Look at the long old little bug running around. Okay. Okay, gentlemen. I just wanted to just stop and touch bases with that since we was down in there. Now we can take our microscopes, guys, draw a little blood, and check for heartworms. Look like they even got something that we could use, whatever this is. Okay, you see these certain things that we can use, right? I'll leave that up there for a second for us, for guys that want to take a peek into that later on. So now we got several things, you know, that we can use on our microscope, but just without just checking for worms and stuff. Y'all got that? Y'all got that? Just wanted to take y'all on that little ride right there, just because we was playing around in there. We'll go back over here and let's go back to this article. All right, that helps us out in our understanding what he's talking about. Okay, an intermediate host, the mosquito, is necessary for transmission from one dog to another. After a mosquito has engorged himself with the blood of an infected dog containing microflora, the microflora undergo a change within the mosquito, which takes 11 to 12 days, in developing to a stage capable of reinfecting a dog. The mosquito containing the infective stage larva, when feasting on an uninfected dog, will then inject the heartworm larva into the uninfected dog. After 85 to 12 days, I don't know. I would have to think that would be after 85 to 12 days, development in the new host is complete. Adult heartworms appear in the previously unaffected dog. The method used to diagnose heartworms and infection has been demonstrated microscopically, the microflora in the bloodstream. Recent discoveries, however, have complicated this procedure. There has been at least one other flaret found in the dog that produces microscleria very similar to the microflora of the canine heartworm. The dots of this recently discovered flaret are found under the skin and are very small and very difficult to find. The microflora of the whatever this thing is, when examined microscopically in a drop of blood, are so like those microscleria of the heartworm that laboratory procedures are necessary for accurate differentiation. Hence the fact that macularia are seen microscopically in a drop of blood is no certain indication of heartworm infection. Rapid microscopic examination of drop of blood is not a reliable method to detect the presence of macularia. Many false negative findings will be made if this is the sole method of diagnosis. More reliable blood techniques are available where a sample of blood is centigrades to concentrate any macularia present and then stained with dyes to enhance the differentiation of the macularia. Which we've seen some of those. Treatment of heartworms is directed at destroying the adult worms in the heart, and secondly, at destroying the macularia and the circulatory bloodstream. There are many commercial preparations available to the graduate veterinarian for treatment, but in general, the most used drugs fall into three groups: arsenicals, antimalarials, and piperines. We got a worm medicine that sound like that. The arsenicals are effective in destroying adult worms. They are usually administered intravenously. The antimalarial and whatever this thing is called, drugs, are most effective in destroying the macularia. The antimalarials are usually given intravenously. The piperines are by mouth. Treatment to be effective must destroy the adults. If treatment is directed only at destroying the macularia, as in the oral administration of caricide, the disappearance of the macularia will create a false sense of treatment success. The macularia will soon reappear. In any event, treatment of heartworms should be under supervision of a graduate veterinarian. A complete physical analysis, including blood, fecal, and urine analysis, should be made before treatment is initiated. The physiological status of the entire dog must be considered, not just the heartworms. In certain cases, treatment may be contradicted. Says the graduate veterinarian who wrote this above article prefers to remain anonymous since he does not want anybody to misconstrue his preparation of the article to any way indicate that his endorsement of dog fighting. See, this is even in 1960. You don't even want to put his name on it because, you know, they must have been talking shit about the dog fighting even in 1960. To the average layman not versed in the language of the medic, the above article in substance brings out the fact that killing the microscopic stage of the heartworm does not get at the seat of the trouble. That is the adult worms. Under microscope, the blood may appear free, but mama and papa heartworms are still in there producing more of those little bugs to replace those killed by the arsenic, the caricide. And if the dog is not in good physical condition, if other ailments are present, a thorough examination should be made before treatment is started. Otherwise, the heartworm treatment might kill the dog. Insects and parasites would rule the earth if man was not continually waging a battle against them. Okay. I just wanted to bring that. I just wanted to go back and just take this back into 1960, and just wanted to go over that part right there. Even in 1960, he's talking about things that we talk about now. You know, I mean, even then, you know, we don't hear too many people talking about, you know, not even me. You never heard me talk about it, you know, but we ran across it. Shit, I'll be ready to talk about it because, like I said, I got the HCT blood test kit. I got me inner analysis kit, and then we're going to grab this kit. And the reason why I grab these things is as I practice and work with these things and the things that I find out and I see, it's like me when I did the worm medicine thing. You know, I bought the thing up. We put the computer up, dropped the damn sample for checking for worms, you know, on the show that day. We could sit there and do the same shit with blood just to go through, you know, and we got to go through that a couple more times, you know, to where we all just sit in here and do this. This helps out other guys that may have a microscope at home and want to learn a little bit more and get more in depth into their shit, because when you're raising a bunch of damn dogs, you can't be affording to go to no vet. That's why it's important for people who have a lot of dogs to have the right knowledge to be able to give your dog the best. And when they say best treatment possible, it doesn't necessarily means, you know, that that you must take your dog to a veterinarian. If you have the knowledge, you know, it's based on your knowledge to what you're able to provide your dog would be your argument when it comes to court. Because remember, that was one of the charges that they had with me, because I had all that medicine. Now, even though I did have steroids, shit, I had an IV machine. I had Lanacane. I had Acepromazine. You know, I had, you know, all the pills from cephalexin. I had big jars of that shit. Cephalexin, ampicillin, penicillin. You know what I'm saying? I used to make my own Albon. You know, I used to mix my own, like they say, using that I think it's called, I know it starts with a D, using that stuff right there, mixed with some of that sulfaxin. It would work real good. It's like you're making your own little bottle of cephalexin. And in the summertime, having puppies, that is one of the main things that I will always tell people, you know, to look out for. There's two things that I would want to have on the yard. And if I got a lot of puppies, 3. One of the things would be tricycline. And the reason I want to have tricycline on the yard is because of kennel cough. Tricycline, it works against kennel cough. That's if you catch it. And when you're dealing with a lot of puppies, it's very easy to catch when you're raising a bunch of puppies, especially when you're constantly taking puppies out of the cage and a whole new litter's coming in the same cage. You create a disease, and sometimes it's just 2 main ones that happen when you're doing that, using the same place. You would catch kennel cough, and you would catch dang, I just said it. Okay, y'all have to excuse me and forgive me. The shit that I use Albon for. Okay, whatever, I mean, I can't get it off the top of my head. My mind is in a blink. But, you know, I use the Albon to treat that. It's coccidia. It was coccidia. That's what I was treating. Okay, I used Albon to treat coccidia. And tricycline would treat my kennel cough. But another thing would be, you know, with your females is to, when you got them out there in the sun or in a hot area in the summertime and they're pregnant and all that, you got to keep an eye on the titties, especially when it gets close to time having the pups. You know, I don't know how many guys has ever ever had to deal with that breeds a lot of dogs, ever had to deal with a dog that had mastitis. But for those guys who've ever had to deal with mastitis, it can be a terrible situation when that abscess gets so big and it bursts. It almost poisons your dog to the point that, you know, she becomes not even able to nurse her puppies. You know, there's no such thing as just taping off one that's messed up. I wouldn't put nothing on her. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you find out, you know, if you find it late and the abscess has got big and red and hot, you know, that can be enough to poison your litter very easily. You know, raising and producing puppies, you know, I know Maurice Carver, Earl Tudor, you know what I'm saying, Floyd Boudreaux, these guys, even Windy City Combine, these people produced a lot of puppies. They produced a lot of puppies. And I'm going to tell you, even I can say I have my share of producing dogs, but a lot of the guys that I know of that produced a lot of yards of dogs like as of puppies, they had those certain chemicals on their out. That's how I learned what to have. Have all my wormers, have my microscope, because you don't want to be wasting medicine on dogs that don't need medicine. You want to be able to make sure that you had a Bandidine to scrub your dog. You know, you want to get your dog down, get into her final 2 weeks before she has her puppies. You want to be able to clean that dog up, clean up her area, clean up her tits, you know, wash them off with some old surgical Bandidine, because it's the best way to clean them up. Dry her off, make sure everything is prepped. Make sure you got all the necessary medicines on standby in case you need them. You know, 2 or 3 days of waiting for something to come in the mail, or it may be too late. So you want to have these type of things sitting around. And so like even back then in 1960, probably in 1953, these are things that they was dealing with, and they was breeding freely back then. You know they was breeding freely because there was a whole lot of bulldogging going on back then. You know, remember, we haven't joined the party yet. See, when we joined the party, it really cranked up, because when we cranked up, like I said, 1,978 matches in 1 year. 1,978 recorded matches in 1 year. That's a whole lot of bulldogging, guys. I don't know how y'all see that, but that's a whole lot of bulldogging, and that was just that 1 year. We don't know what it was really like if I'd have went down there and checked all the other books and stuff. But I'm just pointing out that one as a factor, because, you know, not even back then when they was doing dogs was they getting off 1,978, or those books would have been bigger than that. There'd have been a lot more great matches in them books. Even though they was doing a lot of conventions and things like that, you know, there was still certain people that keep showing up in those articles. You know what I mean? Certain people. And certain people that be in there so much that, you know, that we don't never talk about, but they in there. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to see. You know, it's like some of the matches and stuff. Here's a good one. You know, it's back in, here's an old book. This is the old book. March 1960. You see what I'm saying? Take a good look at this one. This is 1960. What difference is they doing in 1960s that we ain't doing in 2024? See that? Remember this part right here. Remember the little tool. In one of my earlier videos in the beginning, I had that little bite bar sleeve. It had like a little wedge to it. It's like a little bite bar. Bite bar, it gets a little wider. It really does teaches your dog. We use it on our guard dogs. And it really does work with pits. You know, you can literally train your pit to put his whole mouth on something when he bites. It's literally teaching your dog. Of course, a dog must be trained to chase a coon hide first, you know. I mean, it was whatever he liked. And even back then, they're giving you instructions. Even back then, they're giving instructions. (1960). We way up in 2024 and we see these very things today. Excuse me. Again, 1960, guys. So when they want to jump and talking about getting rid of old school, if you're going to get rid of old school, you know what I'm saying, what are you going to replace it with? How can you get rid of old school when you're still living off old school methods? I mean, it hasn't much changed as we've been actually starting to realize that, you know what I'm saying? We're seeing it. That's why I like going back into these old books and sharing them with you guys. Thank you for the people who sent me these books. You know what I'm saying? And because it really shows, it really shows a lot, even back then. Okay, let me go back in here. And another good thing about these old books is the knowledge. It's the same knowledge that we learn now. Same conversations even back then. Remember the guy, 1960, he's talking about heartworms, but he don't want his name on none of that shit. Even back then. So you can't say they was free balling shit because evidently they couldn't have been. That's not the only time that we see that. Even in 1955, 53. Remember the guy who was talking about, you know, he had to be careful because a lot of people, evidently, they must have started talking shit about, you know, the sport itself. You know what I'm saying? So even back then, it wasn't all, floodgates was not open, not like that. Even though they wasn't getting the time that you're facing today, they were still having to deal with the controversies of what they were doing. Maybe not quite illegal yet, but you can see even back then it was headed in that direction anyway. It just got more push when we started getting our hands on them. When I say we, I'm talking about, you know, back then, we knew who all the gentlemen were. But now we have different nationalities as gentlemen. So as there was more nationalities getting involved, and the only reason they're getting involved and the only way they could be getting involved is we have to be getting our hands on their dogs. So what they worked so hard with in the 50s, in the 60s, in the 70s, we started getting our hands on these dogs in the 80s. And elevated the game. And when I say elevated, what did we change? We didn't change anything. We didn't change anything but the matches. More people had dogs. Now we're getting into the world of, they're not just selling to Jim and Joe and Bob and Tom. They're selling to Malik and Jose and, you know what I mean, Havana Danny and Chico and you know what I'm saying, and Victor. These are all different people, different nationalities. Now we got these people involved. So the game actually grew when they opened up the doors and started letting us get the stuff that they were using. Now they're at home in the kitchen producing greatness so we can go out there and make their shit great. You know what I'm saying? So I haven't been able to look and see what was going down in the chat, y'all. Well, Tony Montana, the thing with practicing, see, that was one thing, one thing about it. And I wish I could pull it up in the state of Florida, the law in the state of Florida about practicing medicine. There's a difference between giving your dog the best knowledgeable treatment that you can give your animal, your knowledge. See, that's why I was found not guilty even with all the equipment that I had. You know, remember IV machine, IVs, IV lines, needles, you know what I'm saying? Lasix, you know, Lanacane, all the things. I was charged with that stuff, but I was found not guilty by the jury because the law clearly states that, you know, my knowledge, that there's normal people's knowledge of what they would expect a normal person would do. But then you also have a person who has more than the average amount of dogs, like, you know, people that have kennels. You know, they're allowed to have that type of equipment based on the fact that they have to take care of a lot of dogs. And economically, it's wise for them to treat and know how to treat their dogs. So that means their knowledge of being able to take care of their dogs is at a totally different level than a person who only has one dog. You know what I'm saying? I can't see us going in and talking about open heart surgery on a dog and thinking that, you know, the SPCA gonna go along for some shit like that. But I mean, we all have kennel accidents. See, that's why I never understand the issues when it comes to scars on dogs, because it was always be an argument. Because if a dog get off your chain and you at the club, and then you find yourself getting your tennis shoes dirty, yeah, them new white ones, you ready to kill somebody where they put a scuff on them or bump into your foot. Get home at night and you out here in them same shoes breaking dogs. Get home, yard on, uproused, you walk back there, you got shit going off. You can't let them stay there all night while you go run in the house and change your shoes and clothes. You're going to jump right into action and try to park those dogs. I hope like hell ain't too many other dogs fucked up on your yard. Okay? Now, at some point, it's like having the treadmill and the breaking stick. You know, they want to keep relating these things to dogs. I mean, do that makes us a dog fighter if our dog get off the chain? Does that mean that the neighbors can call and tell the police that, you know, my dogs was barking all night while I was at the club? I come home, I got a yard fucked up because I didn't got a dog running loose did a little bit of damage on the yard. And while I'm gone, people are hearing this shit. Next morning, I got the animal control people at my yard. Got a fucked up, 2 fucked up, maybe 3 or 4 fucked up dogs. Does that mean they can back up their vans and take all my shit? And Lord knows, what if I got a treadmill or some breaking sticks sitting outside under a cover or sitting there in the garage or something? You know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm getting ready to make the news. I'm getting ready to make the news. Ain't fought one damn dog. I just got a scarred up dog because my dog got off the chain last night. That's the only reason the people came out. But did that mean you have to lose your yard? See, that's where we fall short out here. See, we so busy coming up with all these other explanations for the shit that you're not doing. Keep coming up with these explanations about dog fighting, and dog fighting is what you're not doing. You wanna have fighting dogs, but you don't want to fight them. See, just face it for what it is, because that's exactly what it is. You want to have fighting dogs, but you don't want to fight them. You just want to have them. You see what I'm saying? But that doesn't make you a dog fighter. You know, if that's where your line was built from and you're trying to preserve a line, you know what I'm saying? You talk like you got fighting dogs, but you're not a dog fighter. Okay, understanding that and realizing that part right there. So, did that make you wrong for having a treadmill and a breaking stick or medicine? Because you have a line of dogs that you prefer, that you like, it's really a line of old fighting dogs. And because you have a treadmill and a breaking stick and you had some dogs get off the chain, is that a reason why we're going to see you on Pelican Bay? Going to court. With the world got you on blast, degrading you and talking shit. See, this is why it's going to hurt more today than it did yesterday. Because y'all have not figured out how to close that gap in what society has put you in. You know what I'm saying? Society has put y'all out there in this wide range of just having a pit bull, just having over 4 pit bulls, just having a treadmill, just having a breaking stick, just having the medicine, just having a pedigree. See, that's why. That means all this can get you snatched on and put on TV and all your dogs taken. And now we can watch in Pelican Bay talking about your ass being snatched up. You know, and everything I'm saying is what really happened. Why are you paying the dues of how society feels? And do you have the heart to have to face the jury? You know what I'm saying? I never claimed that I wasn't a dog fighter, but my argument was you took dogs off the yard when it was too young to be fighting dogs, so I can understand how I'm being charged all these charges for dog fighting. And guess what? There ain't no plea bargain when you're trying to give me the best deal was 20 years. That's the best deal you want to give me is 20 years. There's no plea bargaining to that shit. So, you know what I'm saying? And what did I do wrong? Who's willing to take the chance to stand in front of a jury and fight for that? Well, how about if y'all would just keep on saying, fuck us? You know, remember y'all always saying, fuck OG and them. They're old school. Okay, then we're going to leave it in y'all hands. In y'all hands, guess what? Y'all ain't even dog fighters getting y'all shit snatched out getting dog charges. Yeah. I mean, they can walk on your yard. Guys that can live out there in the country, have nice size chains that you know you need on your yard. Because especially if you got more than 5 or 6 dogs and you got chains on the yard and you like them big, strong dogs, you know you ain't going to have no little penny ante chain on him. Knowing what's going to happen, you know what's going to happen. You put anything on that mug that ain't going to hold him. He's going to get loose. We use barrels. Remember, barrels used to be the thing back in the day. I mean, the only ones that can use, everybody else in their breeds can have barrels. But now, all of a sudden, the pit bull can't even be in a barrel. We can't even make barrels in the dog houses in Florida no more. No. You can get a charge for having your dog on a barrel. And why is it every time that they want to talk about the way a dog is chained up? Do you see anybody got a price on a 15-foot chain? A nice chain that's going to hold a real bulldog with a ring? Do you know how much one of them setups costs? Just one? And they got the nerve to be sitting up there talking about these heavy log chains. Can somebody give them a public broadcasting announcement that, these dogs need to be on these big ass chains for their protection and anybody else's in the area to secure this dog, to make sure this dog does not get off the chain? Not the fact that he's a vicious dog, it's the fact that he is the American Pit Bull Terrier, and because of that, he needs to be on a big chain. He needs to have his breaking stick, and he needs to be exercised so he can be tied when he's on the chain. Because he deserves to have his exercise. You know what I'm saying? Now, if I was y'all, I would be having, like Mike said, I would be having, instead of the old time dog fighting conventions, we having a whole bunch of old time, new time dog shows. Because believe me, the basement gonna always enjoy coming to those things. You know what I mean? Look how many great dog fighters come to those things even now. Huh? They retired. We old. We consider legends, and even those that ain't considered legends, that this was in the game, got their own stories, they show up. J-Bo finally got his due accolade to being recognized as the great dog man that he was even back then, to finally get it now. Shout out to you, J-Bo, because I'm proud of you and you deserve to be there. Right along with the Perry Powells and the James Powells and the Atlas Brewers and the Twins and Mr. Garcia and everybody else. Big Rob, I mean, all my boys, all y'all Louisiana boys know y'all got to step up and finally give my boy J-Bo that props. Now, he didn't get away. He finally got in a position in the history, especially on this show, as long as this video out, his name will be sketched in there just as much as James Crenshaw and Atlas Brewer and Bobby Hall and Floyd Boudreaux and Maurice Carver and Earl Tudor and J-Bo and, you know what I'm saying? I can start ratting off our names into these great names now. Because we did our part. We don't want to keep hearing all these stories about Earl Tudor when there was a us. We don't want to keep talking about Maurice Carver when we were taking Maurice Carver's shit and doing us. We don't want to sing about Zebo when he was gone. You know what I'm saying? It was us. And we're talking about doing these shows and giving those guys their just due as the history, because they are a big part of what you're feeding off of today. You didn't skip all over them. Y'all still hanging around there with Earl now. I done skipped all the other great shit that you got in your pedigree, which a lot of y'all don't have shit in your pedigree because that gap right there, guess what? A lot of the great dogs fell off. So yeah, I'm pretty sure there's not a lot in your pedigrees. So stop it. And for those that's fortunate enough to be able to breed to a true champion, or to a true grand champion, or to a true registered mare, that's not recorded because you don't got nowhere to record it. You know what I'm saying? You know, we can give y'all, you know, these names of champions without even having a sanctioned body to put your dog in a champion status. Y'all done changed that up. You know, there is no champions and grand champions no more because there is nobody just sanctioning the body for those type of titles. So everything you want to say, if a 3-time winner is a 3-time winner, then what is he? Is he a champion? And what makes him a champion and what standard and sanctioning body is granting you that award. Usually when you make champion, they give you a certificate and say your dogs fell under the line based on our thing and what we consider a champion through the WBA, the WBO, the WBC, the SDJ, the time AGDT, all that shit, Game Dog Times, all that shit. These are sanctioning bodies. Sanctioning bodies that give those things. But in your time, guess what? You don't have a sanctioning body. So a lot of these dogs out here that's running around here hollering champions, maybe they are under the definition of a champion, under what a sanctioning body considered a champion, but without the sanctioning body, you're a 3-time winner. You're a 4-time winner. You're a 5-time winner. But you're not a champion, and you know you're not a grand champion because of who's giving you that sanctioning body to back that title. There is none. So in your guys' time, look how y'all have changed the game to adjust to that fact in itself. And it opens the door for anybody that can be a champion. You know, without the sanctioning body, there's no proof. So these are the other things that in the now that you have to work with and deal with. But if you had a convention of weight pulling, dogs running treadmills, dogs doing this, dogs doing that, and had a sanctioning bodies for governing those type of champions, those type of grand champions, you know what I'm saying? Then it wouldn't hurt, or it wouldn't confuse, and it wouldn't be getting a whole bunch of people in trouble if you took your little body and sanctioned a 3-time winner. If it was a verifiable 3-time winner under a sanctioning body, give it to him. We don't know when, we don't know where, but you know, we have facts to believe that this dog was a 3-time winner and he deserves under our sanctioning body to be considered a champion. And put right along with every other champion that's out there and let them figure out, was he a treadmill champion? Was he a wall climbing champion? Was he a confirmation champion? Was he a dog fighting champion? They all was champions and grand champions. Only the ones that need to know. But see, it makes it even harder for them when we have to put these things out there and put it right there in their face and make them see, hey, you're gonna arrest everybody out here because we got a treadmill at the place. Are you gonna arrest everybody out here that's got a goddamn breaking stick in their pocket? Are you gonna go over here and arrest those guys that's over there selling us these pretty ass flirt poles and breaking sticks and weight harnesses and, you know, jennies and shit? You know what I mean? Are we gonna all get arrested for showing up at this show? But guarantee you, if we had a type of show, why ain't the SPCA there? should make some of them son bitches the judges. Why not? Why ain't the news people there? Why not call them on the phone, tell them we got people coming from all over America to the dog show down here. Pit bulls, we're going to have treadmills, we're going to have breaking sticks, we're going to have jennies. Come on through. Why not? Huh? Take your handbooks for your medicine. Take your handbooks for your, I'll be selling Elizabeth College with my kennel name all across the shit. You know what I'm saying? I'll be selling little health books. Treating your dog. I'll be selling law books. And telling people what y'all need to do, because it's not against the law to have a breaking stick. It's not against the law to have a treadmill in your yard. It is not against the law to condition your damn dog. So when the news people come up there, I want them to go over there and look at these books and see this kind of shit. And see what a conditioned dog look like in a confirmation show. Is he skinny? Don't look like he's being taken care of. This is how you battle. Force them to show their hand. Because right now they're running wild. And they're running wild uncontested. We need to have more of those type of shows. We need to have a business-like type of show where we all come together and force them. If we was fighting dogs right now and it was not against the damn law, we have conventions just as many as the WWF. Probably have just as many dog fights as a goddamn season of basketball and football and baseball. Year round. But we're not. But if we were to do it legally, we could do the same damn thing. Because if we was doing it illegally, goddamn it, having 1,978 matches in a year, I'm pretty damn sure that we could have 1,978 winners and trophies of dogs at one dog shows. And the people and the places involved. How would they look at that? You can't go snatching me out the yard now with all my shit. And we doing this shit all over the damn country. And now they want to do what? We need more of those type of shows and events to put in their faces. Force them to see it. Force them to come. They're going to be nosy. And so what if some old great dog fighters come through? So what? We are still representing American Pit Bull Terrier. That's all we doing. Can't talk about what I did 20 years ago, and just because I'm here today, I'm putting a spoiler on the event. Is J-Bo there, or Boone is there, or Schoolboy there, or or Floyd Boudreaux there, or Perry Powell. Come on. We want them type of people there. They're like the people that we pay homage to. We need them there. You know what I'm saying? That's what we don't see. And you notice you don't see me running around with none of them. You don't see me running around on nobody's podcast. I go and do a Schoolboys. I do anything, but my main argument, even when it comes down to me and Mike, because Mike, he is a believer in standing behind y'all, and I'm the main one telling them they ain't saying shit. They're the very ones that's saying that we out the window, we need to get rid of us, but they still depending on our past to make their dogs worth a fuck. Say I'm lying. That's my argument to the court. The second thing is, for them to try to do something new and different, they ain't doing shit. Because doing it on a podcast show ain't doing shit. Ain't helping shit. Even when y'all trying to do it right. I know I'm dark. I know this whole channel dark right here. We stay back here in the dark where we want to be. We ain't trying to be none of that shit up there. We ain't trying to be none of that shit up. We trying to feed y'all the past to show y'all what it was like 1953. This is what the American Pit Bull Terrier was built from. This is what the American Pit Bull Terrier was doing through all these years. And the greatness that came out of it, whether it was legal or not, is still part of the history of the American Pit Bull Terrier. Period. Didn't get us then leave us alone now. And let us share this history so you guys can take this history and you tell me when we be reading these matches and talking about that shit and y'all don't be letting your imagination run. Ain't that how we watch TV? We watch TV and do the same damn thing. If it's so interesting, we get into the shit. Why can't we feel like that about the goddamn dogs? Why can't we feel that when we listening to a show? Why can't we feel like that when we are going over matches of the past? Or the way of a real dog man who's constantly looking for competition. How he got great by taking his dogs into wherever and whoever. That's some shit to talk about. That's part of the past. But it's noteworthy to sit there and listen to the stories and kind of inject yourself into what it was like back then. You know, that's entertainment. You're going to take all my dogs because I like watching and listening to the entertainment that's going over and over there and going hard reloaded? Because you saying me say a couple words in the chat room, you're going to take that shit and go to convict me on some shit? You know, that's where I'm looking at it like now, as I come towards the end of this trail and this last run of sharing things. I mean, you see me getting down into the petty shit. You see me out here buying HCTs for blood work samples. You see me talking about, you know, urinalysis to make sure you guys, you know, check your dog's urine because, you know, there's a lot of dogs out here running hot because you're over proteining the hell out of your dogs and things like that. You know, little things that'll help you in your workouts. And now we talking about the little blood sample on the heartworm just to even want to see the shit. Man, we already did it with the hookworms and the roundworms and all those things. We even broke it down to what medicines work for what type of worms was best. It even showed you the best way and the cheapest way to get that shit and get it done and to be able to maintain and keep a good, healthy yard. We shouldn't have to hide our breaking sticks. We shouldn't have to hide our treadmills. We shouldn't have to hide our dogs because shit happens. God damn it, 2 German shepherds get loose and jump over the fence and kill the neighbor's dog. Guess what? They probably gonna get them 2 German shepherds back, but they're gonna have to pay for the neighbor's yard. Shit, a pit bull jump over the fence and kill the neighbor's yard, they gonna come and get all the dogs. Everybody getting ready to get snatched up. News people at the house, a bunch of damn police, don't know why the fuck they want to go in the house, and a dog in the house, but damn near, guess what? You can damn near look for a search warrant to go up in your shit. All because your dog got loose because he was a pit bull and probably did some damage when he got loose. He's not even allowed to do damage on your own damn yard. Okay? That's the shit you podcast, you new guys, you guys is want to get out here and change shit. That's the push. That's the argument that I never hear you talk about. I hear what you're trying to do, but it ain't got nothing to do with pushing what's really the problem. what's really the issues of today in this game. What you say, Mike? Got something over there.
My man Vernon, big shout out to my man Mr. Vernon Starr. He said, I've been there, GH, all the way in Nebraska. 3-hour drive. Dogs got off the chain. By the time I got home, shit, it was over. Shit happened.
Shit happened. He ain't lying. That's right, though. It does happen. It really does happen. And why should you lose your yard? Why should you be on Pelican Bay News Show? You know what I mean? For real. Because you know they're going to pipe it up. It's like when they took my dogs. They piped that shit up. I was on the front page every damn day for a whole week the day I got arrested. Every day they got something to talk about with the pit bulls and then my name in there. Every day. But you should have seen how big that article was when I was found not guilty. And not even in the article could they put there, he was found not guilty of all these charges. They didn't want to tell you people the truth. The truth. Even then, they tried to make it look like I got convicted of dog fighting. You know what I'm saying? Because they are the media. Don't go hating on PBK. You know, for like I said, PBK just giving the news. I think it's good that he does that shit. It's not telling. You know, sometimes I do question, but damn, man, they didn't even know the nigga name until the nigga said his name. That's the only thing that I be like on the bridge about. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes they don't want to be knowing their name until my man said their name, you know. And I'm pretty sure if he don't know their name, somebody done called and told him the name, and that's probably why he brought it to the news, which is all understandable, But don't be the reason that, the case is built on something with the redo out here. You know what I'm saying? If one of my people's getting knocked, you think I'm going to jump on the show and tell them, while they out there looking for him, his name is, he might go by his name is Dodo, but, I see him all on the news and shit, and they looking for him, and I say his name and his kennel name. Yeah, that's Dodo. Yeah, that's Ramsey. But the whole time they going by AKA Dodo, don't even know his name. But they asking for him, got a picture and everything. I come on the show. Hey man, did y'all see Dodo? Yeah, that's Ramsey on the show. Did y'all see that shit? They looking for him. Yeah, I just literally dry snitched the man's name right out there on the air for everybody, even the police, to see it. That's the part that kind of throws it in the air. Look, once it's news, it's all still pre-game. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, don't you think we need to have a little, that's where the gentleman part of the game, because if I'm pretty sure he's been through it. I've been through it. And there's a whole lot of us out here that's been through that shit. I don't know how many of y'all that's been through that shit, got their name drug all up in there and all on TV every time you turn around and have to face that shit. Gonna always be Googled into Google to the internet forever. So you know what I'm saying? On every one of us that ever got knocked and made it to the news, we still in the news. And that part is never gonna change. But then at the same time, why we can't Google none of these other good things up? Why we can't ever Google, our victories when we shut their asses down for overreacting? Where's that type of news at? Do we have that type of news? Where's that type of news where we do a whole show on not a man getting busted, but all the reasons why the man shouldn't have never been touched? Where's that type of news at? Y'all don't want to hear that type of news? I do. Because I would want to know how they got out of the shit. Where's that news at? We don't never hear this kind of shit. See, that's where, when you go to talking about the now, While y'all trying to throw us old people away like we don't matter. Thank God for me, because I'm way back in 1953 showing y'all can't throw away shit. Y'all can't even move without us. While y'all trying to throw us away and you didn't throw us away and then y'all ain't got what you're standing there with. Okay, now you done got rid of us. What you got? What you doing with it? What are these podcasts out here doing?
Big shout out to my man, Mr. Henry James. He said, if you like your freedom, simply mind your own business and forget about trying to recreate a reputation like those of the past.
Yeah, I like that minding your business part too. Because you're in the basement and all you trying to do is do you, then you ain't got no business man with anybody else's business. And if you got business with another person, y'all know what the business is about. Handle your business. But like you said, you cannot go running around out here being hardcore. You ain't going to be running around here trying to be no going on. You can't go out here and holler to the world, I just made champion last night. I mean, you didn't have to throw that away. That was never there for y'all anyway. Duh. Okay? I mean, we was in a legal publication. We was in the journal. And I know y'all saw the show. If you didn't see the Pelican Bay show, where they literally told y'all, they literally told you, the Department of Agriculture then broke the Sporting Dog Journal down to everybody. Anybody and everybody that's in that book is on their motherfucking record. Now, what are they going to do with all that information? Can't do shit with it. What was the purpose of gathering all that information? And that's the truth. Because ain't nobody ever, and they tried it with me, ain't nobody ever had the Department of Agriculture come down here with their motherfucking data of the journal and have anybody convicted for being it. And being the Department of the Agriculture, who's the one doing this shit, y'all ought to know better. And if I got a lawyer who don't know better, then I don't need that lawyer, because he ought to be telling them, y'all know better, because y'all ain't no reason in the world y'all should be trying to use that book. None whatsoever. You can't even go back in my past and say, well, you know, you used to be a dog fighter back in the journal. You know what I'm saying? You couldn't even use that in my trial. And that's simple shit. That's simple shit. So I don't know how it is in everybody else's state. Maybe it's not in the state. Maybe it's because you had a corny-ass, sorry-ass lawyer. And maybe if you knew enough that you could save yourself by using your lawyer to defend you, instead of having your lawyer defend you, and he don't even know how to defend you. Because those type of things aren't never supposed to get up in front of the court anyway. And sometimes you've got to be like your dogs. You got to be like your dogs. You got to be willing to scratch too. Shit. You can't condition a dog without knowing how to condition. You can't fight for your dogs unless you know how to fight for your dog. And you have to prepare to be ready to fight for your dogs. Anything else, Mike? Hey guys, we're gonna work on that heartworm and that shit there. I'm gonna get me a smear kit, and we're gonna find us some dogs with heartworms, and we're gonna do us a test. Cause that test is starting to work on pit bulls. And if you live out there in the country and y'all know this is mosquito season, I don't know. Mosquitoes is getting bad. And you know, when you got like 120 different kinds of species and mosquitoes flying around in your area, that says a lot. Especially if you down there in the south in them woods. Y'all better be on Ivermectin. And if you ain't doing that shit religiously, you can best believe your dog got heartworms. Mike?
I want to give a big shout out. Welcome to the Shark Tank. 601 Mac. Appreciate the love. Coming in with a 50-piece.
Damn, bro.
Showing the love. Come on, 601 Mac. That's what I'm talking about.
601. What's up, baby? Yeah, we get down in there. We getting in that conversation, man, where we got to get deep. You know, and it's just keeping it real out here. You know, I look, guys, I'm going to tell y'all the truth, man. If I ain't never seen a dog scratching as a down dog, man, I'm going to tell you something. I'm damn near having my handler put a halt to this shit and give me a scratch to continue. A scratch to continue. I need one because every time I sit in this chair right now lately, I'm tired. I'm tired of seeing everybody around me dying. You get to that point where these are people that you had a life with. These are people that are close to you. I don't know how y'all handle them kind of deaths, but I ain't used to, you know, and I'm from the block. You know, we as soldiers, we die. I'm from the Marines. We die. But sometimes, man, dying, it hurts when you love people. You understand what I'm saying? These are people that was close to us, tight with us, part of us. And when you lose those type of people, man, it doesn't feel good. And especially when you sick. And you know you just talk to, I mean, let me tell y'all something. The people that died on me, these people, I got a habit of just talking to these people. I hate to be saying, man, I just talked to him. I hate that. Because that could be me. This dude didn't say nothing about dying when the last time me and him talked. And that was just the other day. So yeah, it's hard for me to deal with death knowing that, you know, my turn is somewhere on that list. And I didn't even know they was on the list. So, you know, I'm feeling it. I'm really feeling it. And to really get out here and just share with you guys a life that I really enjoy. Now, after doing it for so long and watching what's around me, my surroundings, you know what I'm saying? It really does feel like, you know, we don't fit anymore. And I keep telling y'all that. You know, maybe I want to take at least a week away from you guys. And it's so hard to do. Because there's so many guys out here that come to this show religiously. This is the only reason I have to be a scratch to continue, because I'm not giving up the fight. Just pick me up, man, and give me a scratch to continue. Get me some water. Throw it on me. Shake me up, goddammit. Help me prove that I got a scratch in me. This don't come and just watch the show, support the show. We got so many corny podcasts around here, y'all. Look, $50. I mean, look, I am surprised and happy that we still got people out here doing that. Big shout out to y'all. You know, because that shows, man, that's showing love, man. You know, because a lot of the shit that we give, it's coming free of charge. A lot of shit we give, y'all can hit a rewind button and don't got to pay a goddamn dime. You know, but at some point, man, I can ride by 5 bums standing on the corner with their hand out. Yeah, I can stand at a cash register behind a lady, and that lady be $10 short, and I'll pay that $10 for. What's the difference? Why did I want to do that for her and not for them? Because I'm moving for them. I don't know their situation. I ain't spent no time with them. I know that they could be, they may need it. They out there hustling for it. But at that point in time, right there at that cash register, that lady was $10 short. And she just swore she had a 10 in her purse that she did not have. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of that for her. At that moment, I did not want to see that lady start snatching that shit out of her bag because she didn't have enough to pay for it all. There's a difference between a pass-by and somebody who needs it. And I guarantee you one damn thing. She appreciated the hell out of that shit. She really did. Because she was ready to go in that bag and start grabbing shit. She even hesitated and said, no, that's okay. I don't need all that. No, you went in there, you shopped for it, you got it, right? So you might as well keep it. Hey, if you're going to support something, support it with a cause. Then it won't bother you as much when you go to paying out on it. When you go to church and they get to passing that little thing around, how many times that preacher passed that shit past you? You got a reason for passing that shit about at least 2 or 3 times through the congregation. Especially if you got a big congregation. He got a reason to pass that tray around 3 or 4 times. And be having ushers going down the line, making sure that shit go all the way down the line. Now, you make sure you watch them now. Yet, we come up in here and said one word about paying no type of tithes. None. And both me and Mike sick now. Mike didn't caught up to me. I figured he wouldn't be far behind. He's a twin. How in the hell I got something and you ain't got it? Somebody get me to understand that shit. Yeah, I was jealous there for a minute, but I'm all right. I don't want him to be like me, but I feel better that, that we are twins, and I know that, I know what was wrong with me, and I don't want him running around here acting like he ain't me. And what I got, you should have. You don't want to walk around with the fucking box in your shit. I ain't. So I know damn well something's wrong with your ass. But sooner or later, it came. We are twins. And we are both suffering from the same illness. And I'm telling you guys, we are trying to live out our best days. Because everybody else seems to be they had theirs and they gone. I never know that stopwatch and when they gonna come in and cash it in. So, me, I'm trying to enjoy it when I don't want to enjoy it. It's like I started this and I don't know when to stop. When I want to stop, I don't know when to stop. You know what I'm saying? Because we always scratching. You know what I'm saying? Like my girl even asked me, what more can you say? My kids watch my show. Yeah, they all up in Ohio. My kids, they all in Alabama. My kids. Don't go all in the chats and none of that shit. But guess what? My kids be watching us. And they enjoy watching us do this show. And you know what they say why they enjoy watching the show? It's not just the fact that they're watching their father and their uncle doing the show. It's the fact that how many people love us doing this show. Y'all make my kids really say, Dad, I'm proud of you. Because you got people that really like you. You got people that stand behind you. They live in a city that everybody know us. they live in a city where the Bayless twins are basically legends in the city of Akron. And our kids carry our name proudly because they be like, you one of the twins kids? You know? But then at the same time, they get a chance to come on this show and see something they didn't see growing up, live, and how we talk and what we did. And they know a lot of the things we did because they were children and they remember those good times and funny times, but never knew the impact of what they was experiencing until they start watching the show. And that's why my kids watch the show, because they get a chance to step into their dad's life and see what kind of influence and effect it has on all you people. And my kids are proud of us for that. And I thank them for watching. So shout out to my children. Yeah, I see you. Okay? Anything, money?
I mean, P-Mac Vlog said, what do you think about the champion brick line?
Depending on the champion brick, let me see. Let's go look him up. And let's see where, you know, when you asked me that question, champion brick line. Yeah, I know, that's big country shit. Yeah. Well, those are one of them ones where, you know, I always say when you got a grand champion that's just a grand champion, you know what I'm saying, and you selling dogs off of this dog, okay, then don't you think that we need to see? Right, I mean, first of all, it's just your dog and you have 5 wins and you can't tell us none of them?
I want to give a big shout out to Zachariah 1.4. He said, he come through with a 5-piece, appreciate the love though. He said, you are appreciated, Unc. Well, you are too, nephew. Nephew, I see you, fam.
Okay.
Love you too, fam.
Okay. Here, okay, okay, here we go, guys. Now, y'all brought it up. I did not bring this up. Y'all brought it up. Okay? Now, this is what trips me out. This phenomenal animal was produced in the state of Mississippi and was stolen from PKK in the summer of 2010. 2010 now, y'all. So that means he was a grand champion prior to 2010. Yeah, we got all these books out and we ain't got one win of this dog in that one book. The camp who hunted with him during his years missing did not steal him. Did anybody get that? The camp who hunted with him during his years missing. So that means whoever stole him got him to them guys. Them guys used him, but they ain't the ones that stole him. Nevertheless, he's back in the rightful hands and producing solid bulldogs. Okay, now here we go. The camp that stole him had the opportunities, with stolen dog and all, to be able to verify that this dog is really a grand champion. If they didn't steal him and you know they didn't steal him, you might as well come clean. If you ain't a BKK's grand champion, you know, brick, then prior to you getting him back, he was grand champion what or who? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. And he's bred pretty good. I mean, he's back there around our time. when you have these dogs and these pedigrees. Okay? But here's the thing. He's back. He's producing. Maybe we need to go find some other brick dogs, but what y'all seeing? I mean, Stone Cold 3-time winner off the chain, okay. But these are, I mean, what do I think about him? Come on, what do you think about it? Not knocking the dude or the dog. But, I mean, still, we're not talking like we up here in 2015-16. This dog should have been recorded something. Give me one match, at least somebody to say they lost the grand champion brick. You know, that's back in our time. It's definitely a long time ago. You know what I mean? Definitely a long time ago. So, you know, it shouldn't be that difficult. And for a lot of guys out there who got these, you know, unforeseen champions that aren't in no type of book or recording, at the time there were still several books out there being done, that's your fault. You cannot be getting mad when we question y'all shit. I'm sorry. I don't care about your attitude. Because guess what? We can read. And it's all because of us being able to read it why we don't want to hear you. We should be able to read about you. We don't want to hear your story. Can you give us somebody who can tell your story other than you? That's like Chico. Chico should be a lesson to all y'all. All those so-called great dogs that made y'all think that man was bigger than STP and all these other kennels, and not one of them damn dogs won a damn match in the United States that he tried to glorify. And every story that was coming out of his damn mouth was coming only by him and not nobody else. And the only evidence we ever catch his ass on the video, his shit is quitting. That should be a lesson to you people. Stop listening to that shit and make them prove it. I don't want to hear your line about, I know several great dog men. I just don't want to say their name and say he was about the baddest they ever seen. Well, guess what? That's your story. Since you don't want to tell me who it is, well, I can call him. Damn it, tell him to call me. Well, I didn't want to give you a name because of some bullshit. See? Stop falling for the foo-foo. That's all I'm saying. That's what I think about the brick stuff. I ain't got nothing bad about to say about the brick stuff except for, you know, again, it's one person telling the story. And if that's influencing y'all, that's your fault. Because the shit don't budge me at all. It doesn't budge me at all. I ain't got nothing against the man. I ain't got nothing against his dogs. But if you was to ask me, a man running around here with a grand champion that he did not make a grand champion, and it's only his story, bullshit. Until you give up proof and validate that shit, I'll speak that for anybody who's out here doing that. I know all matches I ever had. Might not remember them all by like off the back and top of my damn head. But I know one damn thing. I think I can remember the times that I stepped over a wall and got inside a box. I can call a couple people and be like, hey man, I need to go ahead and tell this. Come on, man. Look at all the dog man I done had on this damn show. They got their own stories to tell about us. We don't need a story. They got their own stories to say about us. I don't need a story. They can tell the story their damn self. Because a lot of them had a lot of input in what we was doing. See, if you got somebody who's input into you, they can tell your story better than you. Because they got for a reason to be proud of me. It ain't because I'm a good storyteller either. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these guys stood right there and watched our growth. A lot of them had a big ass part of that growth. A lot of them is a part of that story. And I don't see too many of them hiding. Just being on this show, they hide from the fact they can stand there and vouch and speak for me. See, that's the one thing that we got out the way early in our shit, for those who didn't know. If you can read, you can find. And if you can hear it coming out of somebody else's mouth other than mine. And that's the difference. You know, if I was anything less than that, would y'all be watching me? Y'all be still throwing pots and pans at me like y'all was doing at Douglas when y'all found out Douglas and I even never rode a damn dog. See, that was the beginning of his downfall. Prior to that, y'all had him up there with some of the greatest dogmen of all time. Till the truth started coming out, now you ain't making no sense. Once that happened, then now you don't make no sense to nobody. It didn't take long for him to disappear. But just think. He had no business ever getting that high up into the echelons of a world that he'd never really been a part of. That's your fault. That's y'all's mistake. Entertaining or not. A lot of y'all believe that bullshit. So, you know, that's what the internet's made for. For y'all to believe that shit. That's what's wrong with the internet. It's called misinformation. Misinformation controls this world. Now they getting ready to put AIs out here where the motherfucker walk right up in here and sound just like me and be looking like me, telling a big ass lie. And they ain't even me. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of these, you don't even need an AI. Just let the person go up there and get to talking. And if he said the right shit, y'all believe it. And for those who's always standing on the edge of shit, you know, wanting to be like real dog fighters and daring somebody to say something to them so they can call them out and shit. You know, you so close to being the police. If you ain't the police, you need to stop being the police. Because only the police will jump out there and be really trying to gather information. They want to piss you off. They want to antagonize you. They want you to say something stupid. Yes. See, that's the other thing. That's a tactic. There's a guy on our friend list right now, and somebody pointed that person out, and he's clearly a SPCA, one of them type people. And he's in our friend list. Somebody pointed out to me, I ain't drop him. I ain't trying to drop him. They can come on all up in this motherfucker. I don't care. And no, neither should you. He might come over here and be wanting to learn something. Maybe he can use it in his job. You know what I'm saying? Because they all got something to say. Always got to explore the worstest when they go to busting somebody. You know, your dog could be in perfect shape and your dog is skinny by the time it make it to the news. Your yard could have been the cleanest yard, and guess what? Your yard is the most disrespectful. I can't believe they even had their dogs there. And how many times y'all done seen them on the news talking about dog in poor health, yet you looking at this big ass little chunky dog? How many times we done seen this shit? And then we supposed to believe the news because you on the news? Shit, I told you they have my dogs looking like they done bathed my puppies in dog shit and had the nerve to say that this is what my dogs look like. The news. Bet you did another damn picture show up after they actually took the pictures in the newspaper. Remember, they had the picture of the puppies in the newspaper, y'all, on some nice, clean paper. No, because I just changed my cages. So, you know, right after I changed my shit, they came in, so the puppy didn't get a chance to sit on the paper. So it was real nice and clean. Huh? You can read the newspaper in the cage. Yeah, they got my puppies like they done bathed in some shit and tried to put that shit on me. Well, where did this picture come from? This is the picture that y'all took. Now, how did they go from this to that? Then yeah. All that changed up. They so busy trying to touch who? Who are you trying to piss off by lying on me? A possible jurist? Huh? You put enough out there, you can poison the jury before we even get to a jury. But if you ain't got no fight back to get in and get back, they'll keep on dropping bombs on your ass like that. You know what I'm saying? They'll keep on dropping them bombs on you like that. But me personally, it was a joke. Thank God the camera, they didn't get a hold of the video where I could have got a chance to really play that on the news. Then they really been pissy. Really been pissy on how you came back there to tear my house just because you wanted to record her. I mean, you actually went to the judge with the same search warrant that you got the first time and went right back to the judge, got the same type of search warrant. Like, hold on, you gonna tell me you done took the dogs and now you done tried to tell the judge that these dogs was in poor condition, didn't have no water, didn't have this, on these heavy log ass chains, and you had my shit on video? Video. Yeah, you got a judge to sign that shit? They should have been able to, I felt like they should have threw that search warrant out from the giddy up. Because the same shit you said to get the first goddamn search warrant was a lie. And then you turn right around and use the same lie again to get the second search warrant to go back in the house to find out that was a lie. Oh yeah, by the time they went up there the second time trying to find the recorder, because they was really looking for it the first time. They just couldn't find it. They probably going to go up in there and start pulling wires and try to work their way back to find it. But by then it was gone. It was just a simple fact that they knew the video existed because they got a chance to take a look at it. Once the lawyer saw it, he saw it. He got a chance to get him a copy of it. But then why did everybody lose that video? How are you going to have a video that's part of discovery, know everybody got a copy of it, and don't nobody have a copy of it come trial time? Y'all explain that shit. Y'all explain that one. And still did the whoop-de-whoop without it. But that's the kind of shit that y'all got to deal with. So this is why it's very important that y'all really pay attention to what's being said to you. Because if y'all so used to listening to what anybody will say to you, then you really better be paying attention to what I say to you then. Because I'm going to be telling you some shit that ain't matching up to what everybody else is saying to you. I can guarantee you that. Unless they been there and done it and seen it and been it, then they ain't in it. You better start paying attention to somebody who's been there and done that. They can help you in your situation. Or help you stay safe and be real. Okay.
Big shout out to my man Eric Warren. He said the news is not about the truth. It's about the viewers, just like social media.
It sure the hell is. You ain't never said nothing about the truth. You need to say that a lot more often. You ought to write your post on Facebook on your page and make sure all the dog men and all the other people, man, we in an election year. And if that ain't a great statement to say, because, man, look, people believe anything.
Want to give a big birthday shout out to my man Bulldog Jones. It's his birthday. It's his birthday.
It's your birthday. What's up, Mr. Bulldog Jones? Happy birthday, brother. Happy birthday. All right, Mike. Anybody have any questions? 601. Really appreciate that big up, man.
All right, fellas, we finna end this up. We're gonna shut this down. But
Any
before
questions, be sure to ask before we get off.
yeah, don't forget to hit the comments, email address. Before we get out of here, I didn't get a chance to do my thing. But fellas, do me a favor. Give me them thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Now give me some damn roses, roses. We need them damn roses.
Sling them out there, y'all. If you ain't doing nothing else, at least
Hey,
throw
man.
out the roses,
Look,
fellas.
that's all I'm saying.
Thumbs up.
Hey, look, thumbs
The
up.
muscles.
Muscles, roses.
Roses.
Hey,
Show the love.
trust me, they do go a long way. You know, I started off the show tonight, and Mo finishes like we generally do. But, you know, man, let me explain something to y'all. This shit is real life for us. This is real, true life. One of them kind of things that, you know, you don't have to do, but you do. And it's not just because you want to do, it's almost like we have to. Because we spent so much of our life doing this. We had so many guys that took the time and nurtured us through this whole fucking thing. And if it don't be for that, then maybe we wouldn't be doing what we doing. I just hope our proteges take another lesson out of our rule book, that if something ever happened to us or we're not able to do this, they'll step right up and do the same thing that we did and at least give back what was given to them. We stand on that, man. Because not everybody in this game is willing to do that for you. But how else, if somebody ain't doing that for you, what makes you better? Could we have ever been who we were if they hadn't have done it? I don't know. But I'm going to tell you, we appreciated what they did, and we're going to give them their roses and their respect until the day we die. And hope somebody, if it don't be but somebody out of that Shark Tank or one of the viewers or one of our proteges, and that change does come, be a part of that change, so as you get to where we at, that y'all can be a part of something and get them to do the same thing, to pass it forward. Make it worthy of something. Because if ain't nobody doing it, then what do we have to show for it? But a bunch of lies. Bunch of bullshit. Bunch of fake motherfuckers. At some point, you got to know what real look like. And from the school of hard knocks where I come from, real recognize real all the time. So we don't have no time to be over here wasting our time to be bullshitting you. So everybody make that a part of your playbook. Take at least some of what we say and put it to use and pass it forward. Because again, if we ain't gonna say it, somebody else gotta say it. And if it ain't the right person saying it, I don't know what to tell you.
Trouble.
Trouble's in the wind. So look here, man. We appreciate everybody showing up on this Friday night. Just hot mic Friday. And I know this bitch is on fire right now. But, you know, from us to you guys, don't ever think we don't appreciate y'all just showing up and showing the love. And I'm trying to tell you, we really trying to wind this down type of situation. And, you know, we might get a whole lot more political as we do this because we want to see a change. We try to stick around to make sure the change is going in the right way. And at least say we just didn't talk about the past. We had enough concern to at least try to put you in the frame of mind of what it takes to move into the future. So don't want to be all stuck up like we don't give a fuck about the future, because that's not true. We just need the right people to understand what it takes to be able to make a change, to stand up, what it means to do something that has never been done. Because it's possible. All you got to do is always.
You still say always.
I mean, because we always scratch the win, baby.
All the time, baby.
All the time. S2W, baby. Love y'all, man. Appreciate y'all showing up. You know, go ahead. No, I'm going to go ahead and hit this thing. Because I want to. No, I was going to have it. The talk shit part.
Yeah, what's up? You ain't got it on there?
Yeah, I got it on there. I'm going to run this back. I'm going to run it back like this, man. I'm going to start the way, I'm going to end it the way we like this.
Yeah. The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win.
We gonna do it like that.
Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners. My motivation was there. My decatation was evident. Now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating.
Big shout out to my man Tony Montana in the house.
And then it's the all-out liars.
Yes, thank you.
How is this sharing archiving with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake. The lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you give me in the game.
I appreciate you.
Let's talk about
one of the other men
the history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversy surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends and ask questions and listen to their stories as we talk about
here on that boat alone,
past and present.
Keep doing what you're doing, Tony.
Hosted by
yes,
one of the game's
he
most
has
respected
definitely been a
kennels,
long supporter. He's been there from day one.
Going hard kennels twin.
Day one.
Dogs like champion.
Shout out to Tony
the
Montana.
very first champion off-brand champion.
Tony!
The dog of the year and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay. Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day. Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs.
Yeah, next up in here.
It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners. My motivation was there. My decatation was evident. Now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake. The lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you give me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls.
He goes through the routine.
The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies
You know
surrounding the
tell
great
you
hunts.
about the grand champ.
Come interact with the legends
Tell you about
and
the
ask
turd.
questions and listen to their stories.
You know what I'm saying?
Talk
Tell you
about
about
kennels
the
and dogs
shit.
of the past and present.
And how to get shit.
Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt. Going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners. My motivation was there. My decatation was evident. Now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake. The lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my decatation was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my decatation was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my decatation was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our archivements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of archivements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my decatation was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our archivements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of archivements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my decatation was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our archivements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of archivements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my decatation was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our archivements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of archivements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my decatation was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our archivements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.